Well, you scared the crap out of me.
Scared you?
Yeah, I was gone.
I fucking whooped everyone's ass today.
Really? What you get?
+7.
Nice.
When we do this thing, we roll a dice and you either play from red, white, or blue. I parred 4 in a row and birdied 1.
Yeah.
And the next closest score is +10.
Dang.
So
That was a good game.
yeah, I was whooping their ass.
Did you ever beat your -3 or -2?
No,
No.
one of us one was -2. I was by myself. I just think that at that time I got so used to how the layout was in that course that I just was pretty much just taking money shots at
Yeah.
most of my throws. I like raging fucking headache that I need to get cleaned up and I'll
We have to go.
I'm going to Brady and Rice in the championship hockey game. Going over to James Grandma's for dinner. Get through some laundry one day.
That's gonna be sick. Not bad. Oh,
Yeah, I think I'm just dehydrated.
really?
You know, like
that
that.
is weird sleep schedule.
Like you know how like your body feels and you know you don't have enough water.
Yeah.
But that's just what it is.
Yeah. I think I drink too much water and eat out important minerals. Because I'll drink like 2 gallons a day. What?
You're getting rid of all the good shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey kittens. I have to be gone for the day.
I have to be going now. All cleaned up.
I gotta go do laundry. Cause I'm a disgusting piggy. Kittens.
I'll see you later, dude. Ugh, fudge.
If you're watching this.
This morning, a warning about the power of artificial intelligence. More than 13 prominent tech industry researchers and others are now asking for a pause in the development of artificial intelligence technologies.
More dangerous than this managed aircraft has the potential of single facial structure.
One organization is president. OpenAI, the San Francisco-based startup that created ChatGPT, opened its developer public testing in November 2022.
I would describe this in a couple of different scenarios as being used to an iPhone moment.
This is where industry and broad analysts pointed to the industry as a good. And this is a story that we can do. And the luxury is looking to get in Silicon Valley. You know, it's going to sound like this, I know, sharing with my position. Realize that Google is not going to come too far. Because just a few years ago, you had a guy like what happened in Google. And that is it has become like realized that Google is not and if successful, it will show dense climate change, environmental, and even death. Basically, God, life, air. So the dream team, the $1 billion was the launch of TigerGPT, right? As simple as that.
To October 6th.
Just like fucking ballgame.
I think in reality, I don't think so. Like,
With Robinhood Gold, you can get to start earning 3.75% APY with high risk. Sign up for Robinhood Gold.
I think going from nothing to the first ChatGPT was maybe like the biggest system shock most people will feel. Because it was like, all right, there wasn't this thing at all, and now there's this thing. And sure, it wasn't very good, but the 0 to 1 moment is a big deal. And maybe we've now gone from like 1 to 10, and in some sense that should feel like a bigger deal, but I think it doesn't quite to most people. And maybe we go from like 10 to 100 in the next 18 months. But I think like everybody's already accepted that AGI is going to happen.
Right. I want you to really lock in on this number 18 months. Because some of the absolute sharpest minds in AI, the people on the inside, are saying that by 2027, that is not even 4 years away, we hit a point of, well, a point of no return. Not decades, not some sci-fi future, years. The quiet part, they aren't saying out loud, we are nowhere near ready. So in this video, we're not just going to look at some clips, we're going to connect the dots. We're going to take Sam Altman's own roadmap to the future and slam it up against the alarm bells being rung by the very people who helped him build it. This isn't just another AI explainer. This is the timing, the one that's actually unfolding right now, and why these next couple of years might just decide everything. First step, the first thing is to completely break software as we know it. Okay, so the first thing you have to understand is that the entire concept of an app is about to become a fossil. Think about your workflow right now. You click, you drag, you navigate menus that someone else built for you. Our entire digital life is a collection of these rigid, pre-built boxes. The Sam Altman sees a world where we just bulldoze the whole structure. He's talking about a future where the best software is literally no software. Now listen to what he says here. He drops a phrase that is an absolute bombshell for the entire software system.
I don't know. Yeah, my instinct would be faster, but I haven't thought about that much. What I've been focused on is what it, most of my time outside of OpenAI I spent with some sort of software companies, and I've thought that I've understood the sort of like physics of software companies for a while, but if we're heading towards a world where any software you want can be like just in time written, and if you want to do something, you can just like type something into an AI chatbot and get a great piece of software built. And so instead of like, going to like buy this SaaS company's product or that one, you just say like run, and it happens. Yeah, that feels like a very significant change that it's not that far away.
Just in time written. That's it. That's the whole ballgame. What he's describing is the death of the application and the birth of the agent. Let me break this down. Forget opening Excel. You just talk to your machine. You say, analyze our Q3 sales data, find the top 3 regional growth drivers, and build me a 10-slide deck for the board meeting tomorrow morning. And the AI doesn't open a program. It becomes the program. In the background, in a blink, it writes a custom single-use piece of code to do exactly what you asked, executes it, and then poof, the code vanishes. All you see is the result. And look, this isn't some far-off sci-fi thing. The first shockwaves are already here. We all saw the demos for Devon, right? Cognition Labs, AI software engineer. It took a prompt, wrote the code, debugged its own mistakes, and deployed a website. It literally went on Upwork and started completing freelance jobs. That is the beginning. What this really means is the value is shifting. It is not about the tool anymore. It is about the outcome. For the SaaS economy, all those companies we pay monthly subscriptions to, this is an extinction level event whistling over their head. For us, the gap between an idea and making it real is about to collapse to zero. But what happens when the AI isn't just building the tools, but the human jobs are about using them? Okay, so this is the question everyone asks. What about my job? We have all seen the AI art, the essays. We know it's coming from cognitive work. And Sam's answer here is, honestly, it's fascinating. It's both incredibly optimistic and kind of terrifying at the same time.
In that time period, is there a profession, and in our audience are entrepreneurs that are building AI doctors, AI therapists, AI oncologists, AI structural engineers, AI chip designers, of course, AI software engineers, AI salespeople, AI marketing people, AI accountants. Like, that's all happening today. I'm presuming all that, whether these companies are successful or some competitors successful will be mature. All their jobs, 2035 and beyond, in the intellectual world, and we'll come back to the physical world, that AI won't be able to do at least 80% of.
There are a lot of jobs that I don't think you want an AI to do, or that many people don't want an AI to do, and there will be new kinds of jobs that people particularly want a person to do. I think we're very oriented towards caring about other people. I think that, speaking of these like deep biological things, I think that's one of them. So yeah, maybe you could have like a great AI teacher, and it will not be as motivated to you as like a human teacher. I can totally believe that. I can totally believe there's like something very deep in just knowing that it's a real person now.
Yeah, I disagree with you on that. I think an AI teacher can do so much more and understand you so much better but
I think there will be a far better AI investor than you very soon. And I
no
personally,
question about it.
well, no, but I personally still enjoy having dinner with you. And if you tell me like good job or you should do this, that's more motivating to me than AI telling me that. And so I think we'll still have a job.
So I absolutely agree with you. No question, my job isn't any safer than most other jobs.
Much less safe on the merits, but there's this other point.
Yeah. Mark Andreessen claims it's the only job that should be safe, but I disagree with him.
He basically admits AI will be better at almost every single job, including his own. But he argues there's one last fortress where humans will always have the advantage. To catch that, knowing that it's a real person. This is his entire bet. He's betting on the one thing he believes AI can't truly replicate: genuine human-to-human connection, empathy, motivation. He uses the teacher example. An AI tutor can have all the knowledge, sure, but can it look a student in the eye after they fail the test?
So this is how I became the most interesting person in the room. So there's this.
Let me ask point blank, do you think capitalism survives the AI transition?
No. I mean, what's the definition of capitalism?
Strictly speaking?
Yeah.
I can give you a colloquial definition, the use of capital to build something that is a self-sustaining economic engine.
Yeah. Will AI be able to do that better than humans? Yes. Capitalism as it is going to be great for AIs. But how are we going to compete? Again, how do you compete with entities that are strictly smarter than you? And this is without getting to AGI or ASI or anything like that. That learn perfectly from their mistakes, never sleep. You can't tell it's an AI on the other side of the screen. I don't see how. Again, they'll figure out the micros, the macros better than we can, allocate capital better. I mean, something like, let's take a practical example you know a lot about. Launching a protein bar. How long did that process take? And how long do you think it's going to take in a couple of years to do it end to end, calling all the suppliers, arranging all the contracts, etc.? Whereas you'll be able to split up a million agents, hitting the exact niche, doing A/B testing, doing all the supply contracts and other things.
So, given that we are already in an environment where people are becoming increasingly violent due to the uncertainty of their economic future, I've always said that I believe in the transition there will be pockets of violence. What do you see that like? Do you see it breaking very bad? Do you see it, this will be a managed transition? Like, how do you describe it?
Oh, I mean, where have you seen instances of the nature of capital stock, social contracts, and loyalty displaced? You see it in things like post-World War I Germany, whereby the economic heart of Germany was ripped out due to reparations and others, and what emerged. You have disorder, so people look for people that can bring in order. This is kind of high X-ray disaster. It's a central planning thing, it's the work programs. It's the people that say, give up your liberty so I can give you comfort, so I can give you security. It's Hobbes' Leviathan effect. So I think that you'll get more and more people acting up, you'll see more and more people moving towards legal stuff. But we have to remember that government, and one definition of government is very good, is the entity with the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. And so even if people act up and they say where are our jobs, where are the support, and the AI and everything like that, the power center will be using AI to keep their capital going up. The power workers will be the ones with the most GPUs effectively. And that's going to cause a big disconnect in society, because a private company, particularly something like America, isn't obligated to hire anyone. The fiduciary responsibility is to the shareholders and the owners of capital, And so it makes sense to get rid of most of the humans. Because AIs are tax deductible and humans aren't, you know? Like, AIs are more effective. So I think that you will get low-level violence. The thing that is the scariest thing is, do you get mass polarization, particularly those that are motivated by political interests
You all
at large scale? We haven't seen mass. Like, again, when we look at uprisings, civil war type things,
like Nepal burning their own parliament, or
Yeah.
France rioting in the streets, and this is all yesterday.
you can go way higher than that. I used to be an emerging market hedge fund manager. I've seen proper coups and kind of other things like that. When the big power structures change, they take advantage of the people underlying. And again, that mechanism of transmission can be even better now to do this. So I think that hopefully we don't get to that point. But when the pie shrinks, because the stuff left over from the owners of the GPUs and capital is going to get smaller and smaller, people are going to compete for capital and power. And again, it's the manipulation of the masses that's the most dangerous thing, but also the discontent of the masses is it's the tinder to which the fire can be applied, right?
I think it's very optimistic of you to say low levels of violence.
Today.
Yeah. So if you think of profit as essentially the answer to, I don't have anything else to apply my money to, will we see those kinds of profits occur in the future, or are we going to see a natural contraction of the tax basis because you'll always be able to buy more compute to make your company basically a little bit smarter? So there's now no longer that upper bound to what you would be able to intelligently spend money on.
Your comparative advantage, your capital stock, is all compute in the next few years for all knowledge-based work. And so classically it was profit because you needed profit to pay for human outcomes. Because we need to have money to pay for the drink we're having or our shelter or other things. The AIs don't need that. They just need to have cash flow to fund their compute effectively. This is what I call the metabolic rift. When your marginal productivity, your comparative advantage is all compute. If we look at companies like Cursor or any of these other AI companies, they hit $100 million revenue run rate faster than anything we've seen. Anyone who's kind of involved in the startup scene has seen that. Like, this is crazy, right? Like, it used to be that I think Slack was the record holder for $100 million revenue run rate. It took them 3 years, a few years ago. Now you see companies literally hit that in 3 months. What they're playing is the Amazon game, because Amazon never made profits. Like, now they make some profit, right? But Jeff Bezos realized that if he can have customers pay on day 1 and then pay suppliers on day 60, he could generate massive amounts of cash flow that he could then use for other things. AI companies the same. AI companies will never make a profit. So you try to tax them. And companies that use AI, AI companies. sector kind of
Something
recycles money.
crazy. I'm not tracking how that statement makes any sense. So
That's the transition period. So what you get when you have a very high public and private sector is the jobs go quicker. But it doesn't mean that you're more stable if you're a public sector based economy. Because again, you have to pay for it somehow. The jobs still start deteriorating across the entire world because they get displaced by the AI. But again, in the US, if you look at something like a dock worker, very unionized, yeah, they have protections. You know, if you look at somewhere like New York, what's the value of a New York taxi medallion going to do? You think it's been going down? They'll have protections there where, again, just like with the Uber thing, they're going to be protected against auto driving, etc. But in most private sector jobs in the US, there's going to be a protection. They're not going to say you have to employ young lawyers or you have to employ software developers, you know, you have to employ maybe accountants. They'll push some things through. You need a human to sign off at the end. Because again, America is uniquely competitive. And so I just think, again, we're looking at a huge amount of mess. And the question in the future is, what is money? You know, what is wealth? How does it kind of circulate? Our current economy is based on 91% of money being inside money generated by banks in exchange for debt. You put a deposit in, the bank generates loans based on a certain ratio, and that's how most money in the US is created. If you don't have a job, then how are you going to get a loan? You know, how does monetary supply look in the US? If the majority of economic activity suddenly switches over time to AIs, and they don't need housing, they don't need food, they don't need anything, they just need compute, where's that capital going? So I think that we have to have some real questions like, what is the economy itself? How do we make sure people get what they need to survive and thrive? And how does any of this make sense? Because we need to change the overall flow of how all this works. And we don't have that much time to do it. Like, it could be 3 years, it could be 10 years. But all we know is it's inevitable, right? That you're going to get this breakdown, mess. And we're trying to minimize that period of craziness. Well, we might end up in very unpleasant things. We have lots of sci-fi stories about that. Can we get to a pleasant environment?
Coach of the year right here, baby!
If the Eagles listen to me, they'll win everything. Cowboys all day, Cat. Jets don't stand a chance.
Let's go! This is our year!
yeah, what is that bridge? Do you have a vision for how we cross this chasm?
So my concept was you need to have a capability element, which is universal AI for everyone, which is a sovereign AI that looks out for you, because again, ChatGPT is not going to look out for you or anything like that. You actually need to have an AI that you own that can give you capability access, shall we say. I think that we should shift the monetary supply from being at the banks to being generated by the users of the AI, verified as humans. So that's a shift in the way that the capital flows.
So I don't think most people.
ICOs, as you tokenize stocks, the government says put GDP on the blockchain. What that means. So there are new ways of generating money, and I think that Bitcoin is a great precursor. We have a concept called foundation coin, which is like Bitcoin. Etc.
You've written a book called The Last Economy about how AI.
Jobs in the future, the things we've been talking about for a long time. I was like, let's come home together and try and create a framework for that.
Okay, so as you put this together, it's such a big topic. You've told me that it is a fully integrated theory of the entire economy. What are the bricks that you lay down for people as a foundation when you're trying to get them to really understand what this is and where it goes?
So conventional economics, we have concepts like utility, general equilibrium, and other things. You know, you've heard about things like the prisoner's dilemma, behavioral economics game theory. It's a mishmash of lots of different theories. And it's not that great at predicting stuff. Like, look at our economic predictions, right? I think yesterday we just had a 916,000 jobs claims readjustment. They missed it by like 1 million, the biggest in history. We see that over and over again, and like something is missing, something's wrong. And so I went back to first principles, what is the economy and who are we? Because it's clearly not measuring the right things. And then I thought, the things that we've got closest to behaving like us are the AIs and the mathematics that drives AI. And that's why we had a fundamental theory, and we found one theory explains almost all of economics. The systems that survive are the ones that persist, and the ones that do best are the ones whose internal models approximate reality the best. I mean, if you go in a company, if you're doing a job, the people who have the best internal models of reality do the best. From that, we found a whole range of different things drop down in the mathematics, but also in the reality. So, for example, we found out that GDP, and Stan Kuznets, who came up with GDP, originally said, you shouldn't use this as the only measure, but it's what we obsess over. We look at the material aspect of GDP, but then what about the network effects of being a trading hub? What about the diversity impact of having a diversified economy? What about the intelligence of being able to build things and know-how? Those aren't captured.
Design 2.0 is here with a fresh look and powerful new features. Better Mockup is just one of the new tools, giving you a realistic view of your designs on hanging garments. Now you can see a clearer vision of the final look.
When we looked at constraints, we saw things like you should be looking at how the flow of an economy works, the flow of ideas, the flow of capital, the flow of people, the resilience of an economy, the openness of an economy. And so we created a whole bunch of different dashboards, and then we showed them mathematically. Say, this is how you should view everything from individual to family to country to society itself. We need to look at more things, and we need to have a different base perspective of how it all comes about, when the things that will drive the economy are the things that are based on generative AI mathematics, the AIs themselves. Because we're going
Yeah,
to
I want to tease that apart in a second, but first let me make sure that I'm tracking what you're saying. So you're talking about getting to a map of reality and that has the most predictive validity for how the economy is going to work. Why is that true? Are you trying to get to that when your map is real, that it's so closely matched one-to-one that we can map the full complexity of the interactions and that's what gives it the predictive validity, or is it something else?
I think it'd be great if we could do that. But more than that, it comes down to individual economic agents that are successful are the ones whose internal states and internal maps are closest to reality. So as you learn your job, as you build a company, the company that has the best internal model versus reality, minimizing the surprise between them, which is exactly the same mathematics as AI, where you've got some objective function of being a great chatbot or a great scientist, and you're minimizing the gap between reality and your model, are the ones that do the best. And when everything in society, humans, AIs, are all trying to optimize for the same things, are all trying to make the best models they can to navigate, we found that you can actually map and understand economics from the micro to the macro level much better. And we found some things that showed us what we're missing in our measurements, because you can't measure what you can't measure. And so,
It felt like you were saying no, what I said wasn't accurate, but then I'm hearing a yes in there. I want to make sure that I'm getting this. So I've long believed in my own life that the reason that you try to build an accurate internal map is so that you can predict the outcome of your actions. Because you're at first principles, you're at cause and effect. So if I do this, I will get this outcome. Is that not what you're saying? That the whole point of the model is simply to map cause and effect?
there is one aspect where you look at the macro. If we build this for the economy, then we can navigate what's coming. But then it goes all the way down to the micro. So the same mathematics and equations actually go from top to bottom, and the same way of viewing reality, which is not that we are perfectly rational or irrational entities maximizing utility, stabbing each other in the back in a scarcity type environment, but instead we're all just trying to do the best we can in our internal models versus the external state. And the ones that will do the best are the ones that can balance those, but in certain very interesting ways.
Okay, and you're saying that the mathematics that we have used to solve that problem in AI, where we're reducing the internal model's ability to predict what it's going to create, the gap between its vision of what it will create and what it actually does create, mathematics applies directly to the economy at all of these different scales.
That's what we found.
Okay, what are the predictions that you found as you zero in on this correlation in the mathematics of AI, which you know well, by the way, for people that don't know you, you've built some of the most profound AI models. So Stability AI, for people that know that, diffusion, stable diffusion, that's you. So obviously an area that you know well. You're also a former hedge fund manager, so you know these two worlds. So when you look at the mathematics of that, you project it out, what is it telling you about where we're going economically?
So when we look at the mathematics of where we're going, from this particular perspective, it shows us basically that we're a bit screwed. Because you have different types of entities organizing, but the ones that can map and predict the best are the AIs. Recently, this week, we've seen AIs go from like 20 minutes of thinking time to 200 minutes and more. And they're getting more and more capable, and this is the takeoff year for that. The human capacity for optimizing, adapting to the environment is capped by our brains, whereas AI, we can just scale almost infinitely. You can have multiple agents, which can now think for arbitrarily long periods of time. You can do almost any cognitive labor. And what we found is that human cognitive labor doesn't go to zero in value, it actually goes negative, which intuitively is true.
Because we will come to the wrong conclusion.
Because we're the weakest member of the team. If you have AI that's constantly learning, adapting, and can think for arbitrary periods of time and can scale its cognition and check each other's worth, then you're the weakest link on the team. Just like, again, that person who's the least intelligent is the weakest link on your team. And so how do you compete against economies that are AI almost entirely? The AI will outcompete you. And so we see this lack of balance, things like capital accumulation, what the objective function is. And then it comes to mind, what are we actually measuring?
Okay. This video is for me in the future. So, hey Oliver, let's say all right. This video is for me, Oliver, and we'll call it 5 years in the future. I think right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make predictions for the future. But I'm also just going to say, I hope you're doing all right, and I hope everything turned out okay. I hope everybody isn't dead. I hope your family isn't dead. I hope your life hasn't fallen apart. I hope the world is okay. And it hasn't completely self-destructed because it's incapable of choosing the right thing, doing the right thing. Currently, at this point, people are talking about, what the future is going to become, how AI is going to affect the economy. And this is, of course, one of the most important things in our society. It is the thing that sort of runs the society. It's sort of, the labor, the job, the product, the consumption. And, people today, they're making predictions for how the world is going to deal with this change, this revolutionary change in humanity. We are expecting and we are assuming that the people 5 years from now are going to have the right people who make the right choices and find a new way to keep civilization, from destroying itself. Not totally destroying itself, but I think if it's not done properly, we are going to have a huge, huge collapse. We're going to have a huge issue, and we will have to rebuild ourselves from the scraps, sort of, or whatever's left. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but my prediction is, we're going to try and have people who structure society. We're going to look for people to say, hey, we need you to figure out how we're going to do this. How are we going to structure ourselves? We're going to be looking for people to give us the answers and to do it for us. But I think currently my prediction is that we are not going to delegate that responsibility to any human at all. I think that there are too many factors. I think that this is too unreal for us. I think it's too hard for us to really predict what the world is going to look like. And I think we're going to give that responsibility to machines. I just think there's too many factors to take into consideration. And I think there's too many people who don't understand currently you know, how much things are going to change, how quickly they're going to change. I just think we're going to have this period of time where people are so anxious and they're scared because nobody's giving them the answers, and nobody knows what's happening. They just don't know what's happening, and I think, and this is just me right now, I think because I know what's going to happen, I have a feeling, I have a sense of what's happening. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am wrong. I got like a 90%, 10%. I think, you know, for me currently, what brings me peace about this is God, is my faith in God, and that everything's going to be okay, even in death. You know, if death is coming, then everything will still be okay. But I think people are going to be looking for God. They're going to be asking for safety, for peace. I think that's what a lot of people are going to be looking for. But, you know, at the end of this, you know, I do think we come out as a better world, but and that's my hope, but there's so much that's going to happen. And I just hope you're safe, to be honest. I hope everybody that's still in your life is safe. I hope that you can keep them safe when this change is going to happen. But it truly is revolutionary, and I am excited. I am excited for what the world could be. But, you know, the smartest people making this happen, we look for them to the answers, but they don't know, they don't know what the world's going to become. And, you know, if they did, even if they had a great idea of what the world was going to become and what was going to happen, or even if they had the best predictions of the future, it's almost impossible for them to create a system that works for everybody. So yeah, my prediction is, when everything's going down, when everything's happening, 5 years from today, today is October 6th or 5th, 2025. So, 2030, just hope you're safe, man. And in 10 years, maybe I'm thinking, hopefully something bad did happen, everything would be stabilized. That's my hope. Yeah, right now, I mean, even though I do have optimism, I'm scared. I'm scared because I'd be in the situation with everybody else. It's like you don't. Where are you gonna go, man? Where am I gonna go right now? Where is everybody I love gonna go? How are we gonna be safe? How? I don't know. But if you're still alive, then I just hope that you're okay. That's all. All right. Okay. So I just did the 5-year video where I'm gonna watch myself in 5 years. And this one is 20 years. And I think, you know, when you're watching this is just going to feel like another life, a different life that you like almost never lived. And this video, this way that I'm communicating to you would just become like this antique relic thing. But I think by the time you're 40 years old, everybody, including yourself, if you're still alive, would have became something of a transhuman. They would have became something that I have no idea. I can't even say. But I kind of wanted to tell you, you know, how you are in this body, in this mind currently. And maybe you'd find it interesting in the future. Maybe you'd find it a little sad. Who knows? I don't know. would hope you find it pretty cool, but maybe you would have just totally, I don't know. But, you know, currently you crave acceptance from people. You want to be accepted by people. You crave love and belonging and purpose. You know, you don't know what your purpose is, but you want to matter, and you want to matter to people in your life. You deeply, deeply care about that. It's your number one thing. You're super anxious about stuff. I'm super anxious about stuff right now. I don't know, I feel anxiety with everything. You know, like, feels like it consumes me, and sometimes I break out of it, and sometimes I feel really, really good, but sometimes it just consumes me, and all your crap consumes you. And it sucks, but, you know, it's just, I guess that's what it is to be human, you know, and I just think 20 years from now, you're just going to be something so alien to that. Everybody's going to be something so alien to that. Maybe just all of these emotions, all of these feelings, it just means something totally different than I think it would be cool for other people to see this video as well if they want to. But, you know, you may not even. My theory is, like, it would be a waste of time to actually sit there and watch this video instead of just knowing it all of a sudden, you know, but because I'm imagining, I can't conceive of any other way, but I know there's going to be a different way, but what I'm conceiving is you will sit somewhere and you will have something that you watch this thing we call video still. But I don't know, I just think it'd be cool. And I wish there was a way for the Oliver 20 years from now to like be able to communicate or just sort of relay to me now how crazy that is, how crazy it's going to be, but you can't because you would be right now. That kind of sucks, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's all. I can only say so much 20 years into the future. Yeah, I guess that's all I got. This is for me in the future. If it all works out and it's all great, but I mean, it's gotta feel great not to work, right? I mean, you don't have to work. You can do things within your means. You can be creative. You can do stuff. You can spend time with all the people in your life. How awesome is it? I mean, I know me personally, in that optimistic future, I'm just going to be so grateful. And there's also going to be kids that are born in that time that they're just not going to know. They're not going to be able to really appreciate it. You know, just like old people today, I'm sure how they know how to appreciate air conditioning. You know, because a lot of old people today, they didn't have air conditioning. They didn't have the ability to call people on the phones. And I think it's just it's weird for us. We can't really truly be grateful for it. I mean, I guess we kind of can in a way, you know, when we're exposed, you know, just sleeping outside or something for a night, like, you know, kind of like that. Maybe, you know, in the future, you know, things sort of like camping, like the sort of things we do like camping. I think there's going to be tourist attractions for people who want to know what it was like to do like certain labor jobs. You know what I mean? To be like a farmer or factory work. I don't know. Some just like, oh, this is cool. People used to have to do this. They used to have to do this to live. They used to have to do something that they didn't want to do to live. That's the kind of future I'm hoping for. And it is likely, I mean, if it all works out, it's going to be that way, you know. You know, unless there's just a very small minority, a very small population that basically, you know, they get to do that, and somehow you've got to go. You know, which could be a possibility. I mean, that could be a possibility, but I'm just saying this is for, you know, the great future. You know, where you and all your friends and your family can just chill, bro. And do whatever you want. I mean, it's gonna be sick. I think what I would be doing is, I know for sure I would want a piece of land, and I would just want to make the coolest piece of land possible. You know, I'd want like a zip line. I'd call it, you know, I want like a camp, but I want it to be like just this huge property. I hope, you know, then I'd be able to have enough money to do that, or enough resources to do that, enough, let's call it tokens. Let's call it like that. Because, you know, obviously it's not going to be a thing where like, you know, you get a job or you create a business or something and that's how you get money. Maybe, I don't know, but there's going to be a future where, you know, if you decide, I mean, all the resources are available, the machines are doing everything. And hopefully it's up to the limit of your creativity and intelligence. You know, that's the deciding factor of who does something great and or who just lives a normal life, you know. because I don't even think it becomes a matter of really will anymore, you know? I mean, certainly there are limitations to the amount of resources we have as a species and how many you're allowed to use. But I mean, hope it's good, man.
About the odds of this thing being the trajectory that it is, increasing our resources is a direct path where the odds are extremely low. And the place where it's doing it is when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's going behind the sun. And it's something that's difficult to detect. RPG game is great. In this game, you'll never know what's going to happen. Right. So if you want to go to science, it's going to be entering the council. And you have to hold it. And you have to do the it's not also the 80 over 6 kilometers. And so a game started doing something called the yes, they actually presenting technology and the practice for it speed for both.
So many all these people have these things.
Each of these technologies, with a deep dive. What I really want to focus on is where AI is going and where it is not. So the combination, the 1-2 punch of Sonnet 4.5 dropping followed by Flora 2 inspired me to look at the literature. So I did a pretty background research about where this is going and where it's going. It's still superior in terms that this 30-hour benchmark happening in mid-2025 is what we would have anticipated, because as of May or June, the autonomous horizon was about 4 to 7 hours maximum. That was on a good day. So here we are at the beginning of October, and it's already it's 30 hours. Now, I will say that that is not necessarily apples to apples, that's about apples to oranges, because the meter data that this is based on, that MTR, is human equivalent tasks. So until we know how much human equivalent time that 30-hour programming stretch that Claude Sonnet 4.5 is able to do, that could be equivalent to 100 hours. It's 7 or 8 hours. But if that's a full human day they can do worth of work, that's pretty good. So I do want to like titrate the excitement a little bit. However, 30 hours.
The reason is because we think that it would be better because on the new station as well. So that it's better, it's better at that. And so you have this cross-pollination. AI, in many respects, is the same way. We've done this for quite a long time. Going back to the very first LLM, before we even had what we would call the GPT series, we found that cross-training on English corpuses and Chinese corpuses made them better at all tasks. Why? Because when you train on multiple languages, you force the model to learn different representations and different embeddings, and it becomes richer. Same thing for humans. Polyglots have cognitive advantages over monoglots, like us ugly Americans. So, with that being said, just directionally, what the data shows, what the algorithms show, is that there will be advantages to merging into an omni model. Now, once we get to that one, once we find like kind of the like lowest common denominator for general intelligence, then we'll probably see some differentiation and specialization into like a pure robotic foundation model and a pure agent encoding model and that sort of thing, where we start to distill the models down. And that's primarily for efficiency's sake. Because like, yes, if your domestic robot is able to do differential calculus at beyond Terence Towell's level, that's great, but are you going to use that? Are you going to use use that ability unless you're, a physics professor at Stanford? Probably not. So you can switch to a lighter weight model, which will allow your robot's batteries to last longer and also work with a smaller GPU. So the economics of efficiency will demand that we specialize and differentiate. But we're going to have those core foundation models that are the omni models and everything else. So that's the key insight that I have that I want to share today. That's where I think it's going, and where it's not going, and this is really interesting. So by and large, consensus has agreed that emergence isn't really a thing. That, for a while, people were afraid, like, oh, these new abilities are emerging. But once you look at those new abilities, like the scheming abilities, and the deception abilities, and the reasoning abilities, and the planning and math abilities, all of those, they were all there in prototype form as far back as GPT-2 and GPT-3. It's just we didn't know to look for it. I was there when GPT-2 was released, and at the time, people just treated it like an NLP model. They're like, can it detect sentence boundaries? Yes, I proved that. I did a home experiment that said, like, look, it's really good at correcting spelling and sentence boundaries and all those kinds of other NLP tests. At the time, most researchers were not even considering it a reasoning engine or a cognitive engine. It took until Satya Nadella, a couple of years later, at a keynote said, look, guys, this is a reasoning engine. It's not just a natural language interface. It's a reasoning engine. It can think. Before that was accepted by the mainstream. So, long story short is that even up until recently, even I thought that, like, okay, we're going to see new abilities emerge. But really, what we have found, what the data shows, what the science shows, is that emergence isn't really a thing. It's just as your models get more data, more modalities, and more parameters and more training time, those new abilities emerge on very smooth curves. So, what makes me most excited about all of this is, okay, yes, it's a little bit sad that, we don't get sudden, step functions of abilities, but what this shows is that we have two really, really gigantic domains in which to still explore, which means that the scaling laws that we have are going to keep going, and we're going to find new ways of making these things work. So the two domains that I'm talking about are what I'm kind of referring to as the cyberspace domain, which is the pure digital foundation model, which is working on audio, video, images, code, math, that sort of thing. And then you have the embodied foundation models, the robotic foundation models, which are adding, they're already cross-pollinating with the world models and the visual navigation. But those two pillars are going to continue to develop somewhat independently, although you can look at people like OpenAI that are working on their own robots, NVIDIA is working on their own robots and foundation models. So there's going to be a lot of cross-pollination between those two domains as they start to merge. And that, I think, is going to be really, really exciting. And long story short, while emergence, as we used to think of it, is probably DOA, we still have so much room to explore and expand and continue growing these models. Yes, they're getting expensive, but the investment is there, and actors are entering the landscape, whether they're the frontier shops or the chip shops, which means the entire economy is refactoring itself around this next tech boom. And what is most exciting to me is that we are getting Apollo program, moonshot level investment without a national mission. We are not at war, not at hot war, at least there's no coalition that characterize it. And it's not a top-down command structure where it says, we're going to get to the moon in this decade. It is happening completely organically, which means that in 5 to 10 years, we're going to have another equivalent of the Nifty 50s, the next baby boom, the next tech boom, post-war tech boom, because of all the investment happening now. It's going to take a while to fully integrate all of this into the economy, to refactor every business, every enterprise, to refactor the flows of the economy, the allocation of capital. But we have not seen investment like this happen organically ever in the history of humanity. So that to me is really exciting. And when you look at the amount of improvement that is still on the table, most of the improvement is still on the table, by the way, on the hardware level and the software level. The money is there, it's happening. And so, it's just going to keep getting better. Whatever you think is not possible today, just wait 6 months. Just wait 6 months and then reassess. That has been my mantra for the last 3 years that I've been working on this stuff. full-time is just wait 6 months. And that is proven to be true because 6 months ago, it was a different world. And we said the same thing in 2024. It's like, wow, the beginning of 2024 and the end of 2024 were night and day as far as how different things are. I'm really excited. But I'm ranting and rambling now, so I'm going to let you go. Thanks for watching to the end. Take care. And yeah, I'm excited. I hope you are too. Cheers. Robin Legal gets the server at 3.75%. Sign up for Robin Legal. When people see that, they may take up arms against it because it would be so frightening to humans. Now, I think this will occur within a decade.
So Eric Schmidt just gave another controversial interview. In this hour-long interview, he warned that AGI is arriving very soon, and it's going to change everything for humans. He warned that most humans will lose their jobs within the next 3 to 6 years. Let's listen.
I'm actually quite convinced that this is the beginning of a new era. Henry, who was my best friend, I think it's very dearly, compared it to the Enlightenment. But during the Enlightenment, we learned how to go, we as humans learned from going from direct faith in faith in God to using our reasoning skills. So now we have the arrival of a new non-human intelligence, which is likely to have better reasoning skills than humans can have, generally known as AGI and essentially superintelligence. This is going to happen really, really fast. And I think people are not prepared for it. So when I talk to governments, what I tell them is, one, this is not, ChatGPT is great, but that was 2 years ago, everything's changed again. Second, you're not prepared for it. Two, you better be organized around it, the good and the bad.
Okay, so in the following part, Dr. Schmidt gives a timeline for AGI's arrival. Pretty interesting, actually.
There's a group of people that I work with. They are all in San Francisco. They've all basically convinced themselves that in the next 2 to 4 years, the average is 3 years, the entire world will change. And here's roughly how they make their argument. And I call it a consensus because the consensus is, it's true that it's a consensus, but it's not necessarily true that the consensus is true. Right? So you have to follow that reason. So the scenario goes like this. First, you have language to language, LLMs, ChatGPT is the best one, they did a great job. The other folks just get started and they're catching up and they're exploring the that department. Meanwhile, you have the development of reasoning, the adoption of memory inside these systems. And so the agentic revolution, which everybody understands here, what that means is many of you are in the middle of the agentic revolution, can be understood as language and memory and language after language algorithm. So a typical example is, I'll use an example. I have a house in California, I want to build another one. I have an agent that finds the lot, I have another agent that works on what the rules are, another agent that works on designing the building, another selects the contractor, and at least in America, you have an agent that then sues the contractor when the house doesn't work. Right? That's sort of how, and why would I give you such a stupid example? I just gave you a workflow example that's true of every business, every government, and every group human activity. So when you understand that the agentic revolution and the reasoning revolution together really change the way we operate as humans, then you understand why the San Francisco consensus is so powerful. The reasoning revolution goes something like this. Take a look at the O3 from ChatGPT 4. There are others as well. Watch it go forward and backward in its reasoning, and it will blow your mind away. Especially when you ask it a question that you have no idea what the questions about, and you watch it reason. In the Google case, Google now has a math model that's the 90th percentile of math graduate students. If you look at the other ranking systems, it's fair to say that we now have systems now that are 90% of all of the high order graduate school skills, math, physics, and so forth, and so on. That tells you that when this thing happens, it will happen at a big scale. The consensus is that this marches forward and that there's a moment when what is called recursive self-improvement, the system begins to learn on itself,
grid goes forward at a rate that is impossible for us to understand. It becomes combinatorial in a way that we as humans do not understand combinatorial. This is both incredibly exciting and also very worrisome. And by the way, the consensus is 3 years. My own view is it's 6, but who knows?
Come to the year, right here, baby!
If the Eagles listen to me, they'll win everything. Cowboys all day fat. Jets don't stand a chance.
Let's go! This is our year!
Eagles, Jets, Cowboys, everyone's talking, but only Kelsey counts it.
Kelsey knows what's next.
I'll take care of it when you get bedtime. Ordering with Uber Eats is no longer just about human meals. It's so simple to order your groceries with Uber Eats as well. I just did. I ordered with Uber Eats. Being a mom of a busy toddler, I need all the help I can get, even if that means saving myself a trip to the store for last-minute things like pull-ups. Spend less time at the store and more time with your family. Get groceries delivered. Order groceries and more on Uber Eats.
Okay, so in the upcoming part, Eric is going to talk about the difference between AGI and ASI, and how big ASI is going to be. Watch this. The short-term answer is there are people who are now looking at how do you control a super intelligence with a dumb intelligence, right? And there's math that I didn't understand. It says that to some degree you can contain it, but we don't know. But I think the first point to make is that recursive self-improvement or recursive intelligence is where the system is learning itself. And you're beginning to see agentic solutions that are doing self-learning. I expect by the end of this year, so 6 months, we're beginning to start using systems that are learning as you're using them. It's the natural progression. One of the reasons to think that the hardware investments are taking makes sense is that those reasoning models are infinitely more expensive than a Google search. Many thousands of times more electricity, queries, and so forth and so on. And so the recursive stuff has already started. The general consensus, there are different definitions of AGI, is that AGI means it's generally intelligent. Now, generally intelligent means that you get up in the morning and you have free will. I think largely embedded here in France. And you're free will, and you basically have this notion of I get up, I do what I want, I learn what I want, I seek what I want. That kind of strategic intelligence is not yet present in these systems. The consensus is that occurs. My own dates are between 4 to 6 years, relatively soon. The step after that is when the system, the general term there is super intelligence, where the system is smarter than the sum of all humans. And the test for superintelligence is pretty simple. It can prove something that we know to be true, but we cannot understand the proof. We humans, no human can understand it. Even all of us together cannot understand it, but we know it's true. Henry would say, what is that? Is that magic? He also would say, and we said in the book, that when people see that, they may take up arms against it because they'll be so frightening to humans. Now, I think this will occur within a decade. Whoa.
So Eric Schmidt actually thinks that ASI will occur within the next 10 years. That's crazy, considering the fact that ASI will be smarter than the sum of all humans.
A number of us wrote a paper on superintelligence where we speculated, how do you contain superintelligence? I do a lot of national security work, and how do you deal with the fact that your competitor might be ahead of you? Well, in network effect businesses, which is what I lived in for my whole life, didn't have a name when I started, but you understand that all the most valuable companies in the world are essentially network effect businesses because network effects work. What happens when you've got 2 countries where one is ahead of the other? I'll give you a simple example. This is you and me. We have our little tech startup. We have 1,000 people. Go for it. And then one day, you and I decide that we're going to have AI researchers. That is, computers doing AI research. And how many do we have? Well, we have 1 million. We have enough money. And all they need is electricity. They don't need pizza, they don't need whatever. So now your slope of innovation goes like that. This. in a network effect business, this is likely to produce slopes of gains at this level. The opponent may decide that once you get there, they'll never catch up, and then you can do really bad things to them. Then you have an issue of essentially race condition or creation. So these are just the beginnings of these ideas. But if you believe that AI is as powerful, then every aspect of human experience will be touched by it, including national security, politicians, democracy, and so forth. I spend lots of time in conversations with people who say, will democracies survive AGI? Right? These are really the core questions about humanity that are being raised by the arrival of this intelligence. Pretty wild interview so far. So in the upcoming part, Dr. Schmidt talks about the computational limits of building modern AI. So if you ask most of the executives in the industry, they will say the following. They'll say that we're in a period of overbuilding. They'll say that there will be overcapacity in 2 or 3 years. And when you ask them, they'll say, but I'll be fine and the other guys are going to fall behind. So that's a classic level, right? What would need to be true for that not to be a bubble? If you believe the San Francisco consensus, and you believe that reasoning, which is done through inference and through these back and forth, essentially reinforcement learning chains, if you believe that those are going to be the defining aspects of humanity, then it's underhyped and we need even more. I know that sounds insane, right? But that's the basis of the reasoning. It's pretty because these massive data sets, and NVIDIA is quite happy to sell them all the chips. And the real estate developers are used to borrowing money to build these things. I've never seen a situation where hardware capacity was not taken up by software. There was an old saying when I was young that was, growth giveth and gates taketh away, right? Referring to Intel. So the old timers will remember that the Intel chips would get better, but your computer never got faster. And we used to say, why does it not get faster? Well, because in this case, Microsoft, without all these extra features, I think it's unlikely, based on my experience, that this is a bubble. It's much more likely that you're seeing a whole new industrial structure. So one way to think about this is the discovery of LLMs and foundation models, which we're probably going to give credit to the team at OpenAI at the time, is a historically important discovery. It began, to give them some credit, in fairness, according to those people who used to work for me, we won't bring that up. We'll give them credit. That historical event is a very big deal. Okay? And I say that with great respect for what they, in particular, Sam, Dario, and so in the upcoming part, Eric Schmidt calls AI a scale-free field, meaning there's no limit to how much AI can advance. So when you build these systems, you're limited by data, right? We've sucked up all the data, right? That's what everybody thinks. It's not really true. The way these systems will scale is if they have, the fastest scaling things will be called scale-free. So what's an example of a scale-free field? Math, right? As you know, mathematicians with the whiteboards or the chalkboards or whatever, they just make stuff up all day, none of which is comprehensible to me. And they do it over and over again, and they're perfectly happy inventing completely new structures, which have no basis in fact, because that's the beauty of mathematics, and we know how powerful mathematics is. So it makes perfect sense that using a protocol called Lean, which is an interchange protocol for defining proofs, you can have one system that generates conjectures and another system that proves it. And that's a scale-free solution. And by the way, notice that the number of verbs in math, literally the number of tokens, is much more limited than in language. And that's important for serving and performance architectures, which we'll discuss later. Let's look at software. What do software programmers do? They write code that looks an awful lot like everybody else's. So you have this explosion. You mentioned Cursor. There are competitors as well. And probably worse on its own is it's probably the underlying technical leader in that space with the others competing. Competition is healthy. Software can be understood as eventually software people will say what they want and the computer will write the code. And as a person who spent my undergraduate and graduate and my PhDs on language design and computer OS architectures, to see my entire validation be destroyed in my lifetime is a little concerning. I was talking to one person, I said, what language do you program in? And he goes, why does it matter? It's a new world. So software and math, remember, and software is the twin to cyber. So it will also, on the negative side, be possible to generate an enormous number of cyber attacks, because you can generate the software, you can generate the attacks against the software, because you can do it repetitively until you find the buffer overflows and so on and so on. So the combination of all of that is amazing, right? Those two scale free will be followed by things which need data. Biology, for example, we don't have enough biology data. Chemistry, we don't have enough chemistry data. Physics, we don't have enough physics data, but it's coming. And that's the basis for this power explosion in infrastructure. That's how we solve climate change. That's how we do these extraordinary things. That's all because of that.
I think you once said silicon is strategy. How does the cheap race change global AI power dynamics? How China is catching up?
It's very interesting. I was in a meeting earlier with some folks who are leading open source here. It's called Commit, and they're here at the conference. And they were telling me that on a math basis, there's more open source in Europe than there is in the US. So that was really interesting. So I'm sort of an open source person. The structure that's emerging is very strange in the United States because of the enormous amount of capital. The companies are not typically doing open source. They're buying these incredible data centers, offering these incredibly powerful services. And in China, they're doing the exact opposite with DeepSeek and others. They're doing essentially open source open weights. And presumably the Chinese government is funding it.
10 out of 10 friends say you have to go to that wing place and that pizza shop and that noodle spot, which you have time for 0 out of 10 nights. Fortunately, DoorDash moves all your neighborhood hotspots, so you can always get the best of what's around. I wish you the best of luck with that. Shake up your tech routine. Order with DoorDash.
And what is the consequence of that? It's very interesting. If you have two models, open source and closed source, the open source will get much more adoption, especially in all the countries that we don't go to. It's like 100 countries that you never visit. They don't have enough economics, they have their own problems and so forth. So we can end up in a situation where America and the West are ahead. The majority of the AI use is actually not from US Western models, but rather from open source Chinese models. I don't think people have quite figured out the geopolitical issues. I've heard about.
Maybe the last one before amazing founder who joined us on stage. So you led Google during the mobile chips. What mistakes were made during the mobile wave that companies should today take into consideration and try to avoid their roadmap?
I think that I can tell you as a CEO, every mistake I made was fundamentally one of time. When I look back at what we did at Google, we obviously did very well. Android has 90% market share, but we didn't move fast enough. We didn't take it to its logical extreme. And I think other companies, Uber being an obvious example, combined the GPS and so forth to make it happen. If you look at WhatsApp, as a sort of communications mechanism, I did not fully understand that your phone number would become your real unique ID in the world. It's now obvious, but it wasn't obvious to me at the time. But in each case, it was fundamentally an error of time. My message to you is if you're going to do what I'm in the areas that we're discussing, do it now and move very, very fast. This market has so many players. There's so much money at stake that you will be bypassed if you spend too much time worrying about anything other than building an incredible product. Thank you, Rich. Thank you all.
When do you see what you define as digital superintelligence?
Within 10 years.
The AI's ability to generate its own scaffolding is pretty much sure that that will be a 2025 thing.
We certainly don't know what the superintelligence will do, but we know it's coming.
And what do people need to know about that?
You're going to have your own polymath. So you're going to have some Einstein, Leonardo da Vinci, inequal. Agents are going to happen. This math thing is going to happen. The software thing is going to happen. Everything I've talked about is in a positive domain. There's a negative domain as well. It's likely, in my opinion, that you're going to see
Everybody, welcome to Moonshots. I'm here live with my Moonshot mate, Dave London. We're here in our Santa Monica studios, and we have a special guest today, Eric Schmidt, the author of Genesis. We talk about China. We're going to talk about, digital superintelligence. We'll talk about, what people should be thinking about within 10 years.
we're talking about the guy who has more access to more actionable information than probably anyone else we could think of. So it should be pretty exciting.
Incredibly brilliant. Right. Stand by for a conversation with the Eric Schmidt, past CEO of Google, an extraordinary investor and thinker in this field of AI. Let's do it. Eric, welcome back to Moonshots.
It's great to be here with you guys.
Thank you. It's been a long road since I first met you at Google. I remember our first conversations were fantastic. It's been a crazy month in the world of AI, but I think every month from here is going to be a crazy month. And so I'd love to hit on a number of subjects and get your take on those. I want to start with probably the most important point that you've made recently that got a lot of traction, a lot of attention, which is that AI is underhyped when the rest of the world is either confused, lost, or think it's not impacting us. We'll get into more detail, but quick, most important point to make there.
And AI is a learning machine, and in network-effect businesses, when the learning machine learns faster, everything accelerates. It accelerates to its natural limit. The natural limit is electricity.
It's not just
Electricity. Really? Okay.
So that gets me to the next point here, which is a discussion on AI and energy. So what we saw recently was Meta recently announcing that they signed a 20-year nuclear contract with Constellation Energy. We've seen Google, Microsoft, Amazon, everybody buying basically nuclear capacity right now. That's got to be weird. That private companies are basically taking over into their own hands what was utility function before.
Well, just to be cynical, I'm so glad those companies plan to be around for 20 years it's going to take to get the nuclear power plants built. In my recent testimony, I talked about the current expected need for the AI revolution in the United States is 92 gigawatts of more power. For reference, 1 gigawatt is one big nuclear power station, and there are none essentially being started now.
And there have been 2 in the last 30 years built.
There is excitement that there's an SMR, small modular reactor, coming in at 300 megawatts, but it won't start until 2030. That's important because when we're with fission and fusion is, they're not going to arrive in time to get us what we need as a globe to deal with our many problems and many opportunities to go forward.
I think, so if you look at the sort of 3-year timeline toward AGI, do you think we started a fusion reactor project today that won't come online for 5, 6, 7 years? Is there a probability that the AGI comes up with some other breakthrough fusion or otherwise that makes it irrelevant before it gets online?
Very good question. We don't know what artificial general intelligence will deliver. Yeah. And we certainly don't know what super intelligence will deliver. But we know it's coming. So first we need to plan for it. And there's lots of issues as well as opportunities for that. But the fact of the matter is that the computing needs that we need now are going to come from traditional energy suppliers in places like the United States and the Arab world and Canada and the Western world. And it's important to note that China has lots of electricity. So if they get the chips, it's going to be one heck of a race.
You know, they've been scaling it, at 2 or 3 times the US. The US has been flat for how long in terms of energy production?
From my perspective, infinite. In fact, electricity demand declined for a while, as has overall energy needs, because of conservation and other things. But the data center story is the story of the energy people, right? And we sit there and you go, how did these data centers use so much power? Well, and especially when you think about how little power our brains do. Well, these are our best approximation in visual form of how our brains work. But when they start working together, they become super brains. The promise of a super brain with a 1 gigawatt, for example, data center is so powerful, people are going crazy. And by the way, the economics of these things are unproven. How much revenue do you have to have 50 billion capital? Well, if you depreciate it over 3 years or 4 years, you need to have 10 or 15 billion dollars of capital spend per year just to handle the infrastructure. These are huge businesses and huge revenue, which in most places is not there yet.
I'm curious, there's so much capital being invested and deployed right now in SMRs, in nuclear, bringing 3 Mile Island back online, in fusion companies. Why isn't there an equal amount of capital going into making the entire chipset and compute just 1,000 times more energy efficient?
There is a similar amount going in capital. There are many startups that are working on non-traditional ways of doing chips. The transformer architecture, which is what is powering things today, has new variants. Every week or so, I get a pitch from a new startup that's going to build inference time, test time, computing, which are simpler. They're optimized for inference. It looks like the hardware will arrive just as the software needs expand. And by the way, that's always been true. We old timers have a phrase, Grove giveth, and Gates take it away. So Intel would improve the chipsets, right? Way back when. Yeah. And the software people would immediately use it all. And suck it all up. I have no reason to believe that law, Grove and Gates law, has changed. If you look at the gains in like the Blackwell chip or the the 350 chip in AMD, these chips are massive supercomputers. And yet we need, according to the people, have hundreds of thousands of these chips just to make a data center work. That shows you the scale of what this kind of thinking algorithms. Now you sit there and you go, what could these people possibly be doing with all these chips? I'll give you an example. We went from language to language, which is what ChatGPT can be understood at, to reasoning and thinking. If you want to look at an OpenAI example, look at OpenAI 03, which does forward and back reinforcement learning and planning. Now, the cost of doing the forward and back is many orders of magnitude, besides just answering your question for your PhD thesis or your college paper. That planning, the back and forth, is computationally very, very expensive. So with the best energy and the best technology today, we are able to show evidence of planning. Many people believe that if you combine planning and very deep memories, you can build human-level intelligence. Now, of course, they will be very expensive to start with, but humans are very, very industrious. And furthermore, the great future companies will have AI scientists, that is not human scientists, AI programmers, as opposed to human programmers, who will accelerate their impact. So if you think about it, going back to, you're the author of the abundance thesis, the best I can tell, Peter. You've talked about this for 20 years. You saw it first. It sure looks like if we get enough electricity, we can generate the power, in the sense of intellectual power, to generate abundance along the lines that you predicted 2 decades ago.
Every week, I study the 10 major tech meta trends that will transform industries over the decade ahead. I cover trends ranging from humanoid robots, AGI, quantum computing, transport, energy, longevity, and more. for no fun. The important stuff that matters, that impacts our lives and our careers. If you want me to share these with you, I write a newsletter twice a week, sending it out as a short 2-minute read via email. And if you want to discover the most important meta trends 10 years before anyone else, these reports are for you. Readers include founders and CEOs from the world's most disruptive companies and entrepreneurs building the world's most disruptive companies. It's not for you if you don't want to be informed of what's coming, why it matters, and how you can benefit from it. To subscribe for free, go to dmantis.com/metatrends. That's dmantis.com/metatrends to gain access to trends 10 plus years before anyone else.
You throw some numbers at you just to reinforce what you said. We have a couple of companies in the lab that are doing voice customer service, voice sales, just as of the last month. And the value of these conversations is $10 to $1,000. And the cost of the compute is, maybe 2-3 current GPUs is optimal. It's like 10 to 20 cents. So they would buy massively more compute to improve the quality of the conversation. There aren't even close to that. We have about 10 million concurrent phone calls that should move to AI in the next year or so.
And my view of that is that's a good tactical solution and a great business. Other examples of tactical solutions are great businesses. And I obviously have a conflict of interest talking about Google because I love it so much. So with that as in mind, look at the Google strength in GCP now, Google's cloud product, where they have a completely fully served enterprise offering for essentially automating your own AI. And the remarkable thing, this is to me is shocking, is you can in an enterprise write the tasks that you want, and then using something called a model context protocol, you connect your databases to that, and the large language model can produce the code for your enterprise. Now there's 100,000 enterprise software companies, middleware companies that grew up in the last 30 years that I've been working on this, that are all now in trouble because that interstitial connection is no longer needed. And of course they'll have to change as well. The good news for them is enterprises make these changes very slowly. If you built a brand new enterprise architecture for ERP and MRP, you would be highly tempted to not use any of the ERP or MRP suppliers, but instead use open source libraries, build essentially use BigQuery or the equivalent from Amazon, which is Redshift, and essentially build that architecture, and it gives you infinite flexibility, and the computer system writes most of the code. Now, the programmers don't go away at the moment. It's pretty clear that junior programmers go away. I'm sort of journeyman, if you will, of this stereotype. Because these systems aren't good enough yet to automatically write all the code. They need very senior computer scientists, computer engineers who are watching it. That will eventually go away. One of the things to say about productivity, and I call this the San Francisco consensus because it's largely the view of people who operate in San Francisco, it goes something like this. We're just about to the point where we can do two things that are shocking. The first is we can replace most programming tasks by computers, and we can replace most mathematical tasks by computers. And you tend to go, why? Well, if you think about programming and math, they have limited language sets compared to human language. The context, they're simpler computational, and they're scale-free. You can just do it with more electricity. You don't need data. You don't need real-world input. You don't need telemetry. You don't need sensors. So it's likely, in my opinion, that you're going to see world-class mathematicians emerge in the next 1 year. They're AI-based. And world-class programmers are going to appear within the next 1 or 2 years. When those things are deployed at scale, remember, math and programming are the basis of kind of everything, right? It's an accelerant for physics, chemistry, biology, material science. So going back to things like climate change, can you imagine if we, and this goes back to your original argument, Peter, imagine if we can accelerate the discoveries of new materials that allow us to deal with a carbonized world. It's very exciting.
I'd love to drill in. I just want to hit this because it's important. The potential for there to be, I don't want to use the word PhD level, other than in terms of researching PhD level AIs that can basically attack any problem and solve it, and solve math, if you would, and physics. This idea of an AI, intelligence explosion, Leopold put that at like 26, 27, heading towards digital superintelligence in the next few years. Do you buy that time frame?
So again, I consider that to be the San Francisco consensus. I think the dates are probably off by 1.5, 2 times, which is pretty close. So a reasonable prediction is that we're going to have specialized savants in every field within 5 years. That's pretty much in the bag as far as I'm concerned. And here's why. You have this amount of humans, and then you add 1 million AI scientists to do something, your slope goes like this, you're reading improvement. We shouldn't get there. The real question is, once you have all these savants, do they unify? Do they ultimately become a superhuman? The term we're using is superintelligence, which implies intelligence that's beyond the sum of what humans can do. The race to superintelligence, which is incredibly important. Because imagine what superintelligence could do that we ourselves cannot imagine. Right? It's so much smarter than we. And it has huge proliferation issues, competitive issues, China versus the US issues, electricity issues, so forth. We don't even have a language for the deterrence aspects of the proliferation issues of these powerful models.
I totally agree. It's one of the great flaws actually in the original conception. Remember Singularity University and Ray Kurzweil's books and everything. We kind of drew this curve of mad level intelligence, then cat, then monkey, and then it hits human, and then it goes super intelligent. But it's now really obvious when you talk to one of these multilingual models that's explaining physics to you that it's already hugely super intelligent within its savant category. And so Dennis Assadas keeps redefining AGI day as, well, when it can discover relativity the same way Einstein did with data that was available up until that date, that's when we have AGI.
So long before that. Yeah, so I think it's worth getting the timeline right. Yeah. So the following things are baked in. You're going to have an agentic revolution where agents are connected to solve business processes, government processes, and so forth. They will be adopted most quickly in companies that have a lot of money and a lot of time latency issues at stake. It will be adopted most slowly in places like government, which do not have an incentive for innovation, and fundamentally are job programs and redistribution of income kind of programs. So call it what you will. The important thing is that there will be a tip of the spear in places like financial services, biomedical things, startups, and so forth. And that's the place to launch. So all of that is going to happen. Agents are going to happen. This math thing is going to happen. The software thing is going to happen. We can debate the rate at which the biological revolution will occur, but everyone agrees it is right after. They were very close to these major biological understandings. In physics, you're limited by data that you can generate synthetically. There are groups which I'm funding, which are generating physics essentially they can approximate algorithms. Imagine a cyber attack that we as humans cannot conceive of, which means that's not what we're talking about, right? These are information. With that, take a virus, take a virus, changes its structure. So it's something government, your understanding is going to have to say this variant because it affects national security, national economic strengths, and so forth. China clearly understands this. China is putting an enormous amount of money into this. slowed them down by virtue of our chips controls. But they found other ways around this. There are also proliferation issues. Many of the chips that they're not supposed to have, they seem to be working together. And more importantly, as I mentioned, algorithms are changing. Instead of having these expensive foundation models by themselves, you have continuous updates. Less time training, that continuous updating appears to be capable of being done with lesser chips. So there's so many questions that I think we don't know. We don't know the role of open source. Every open source means open things, just like how we use it. A fair reading of this is that every country that's not the West is open source, but it's cheaper. Which transfers leadership of open source from America to China. That's a big deal. That occurs. How much longer do the chip bans hold? How long for China to answer? What are the effects of the current government's policies of getting rid of foreigners or investment? We have to data centers to make it work. Not general support. If those things are then misused to help train Chinese models, the list just goes on. Thank you. A couple of questions that you saw are increasing. The line administration was asking questions and how we deal with exactly what we just talked about, chemical, biological, and radiological and nuclear risks from the foundation models being operated by countries. And the Biden answer was, no, we're going to keep it under the 3 or 4 big companies that and we'll just bring it back. That is a surefire way to lose the race with China because all innovation comes from a startup they didn't anticipate, or it's just American history, and you're adding on the entrepreneur participating in this. So as of right now, with the open source models, the entrepreneurs are earning the ratio. But if you think about the models getting crazy smart in a year from now, how are we going to have the balance between startups actually being able to work with the best technology, but proliferation not percolating to every country in the world? Again, a set of unknown questions. Anybody who knows the answer to these things is not going true. The doctrine of the Biden administration was end of the 26 marks point consensus above which the models were powerful enough to cost every defense. You stay below that 26, you didn't need to break it. But if you were you need to Biden administration was to regulate both fields and open source. Okay? That's what we do. So that, of course, has been ended by the Trump administration. They have not yet produced their own thinking in this area. They're very concerned about China and taking forward, so they'll come out with something. From my perspective, the core questions are the following. Will the Chinese be able to use, even with chip restrictions, to use architectural changes that will allow them to put policies powerful forms? Let's assume they don't. That's the first question. The next question is, how will you raise $50 billion from the data center in the American model? Part of the reason these laws are closed is that business people and the lawyers correctly are saying, I've got to sell this thing, I've got to pay for my capital. These are not free goods. The U.S. government, correct, is not giving $50 billion to these companies. And so we don't know that. To me, the key question to watch is look at DeepSeek. So DeepSeek, a week or so ago, Gemini 2.5 Pro got to the top of the leaderboards in intelligence. A great achievement for my friends at Gemini. A week later, DeepSeek comes in and is slightly better than Gemini. And DeepSeek is trained on existing markets in China, which includes stuff from Wilford and some of the SEM lobby chips and others. What happens? Now, the US people say, well, the DeepSeek people cheat. And they cheated by doing a technique called distillation, where you take a large model and ask it 10,000 questions, you get its answers, and you use that as your training data. So the US companies have to figure out a way to make sure that their proprietary information that they've spent so much money does not get leaked into these open source. I just don't know. With respect to nuclear, biological, chemical, and so forth issues, the U.S. companies are doing a really good job of looking for
There's a great concern, for example, that nuclear information would leak into these models that we're training without us knowing it. Might be that's a violation of the law. No, really, they were. That the whole nuclear information thing is there's no free speech for good reasons. There's no free use and copyright and all that stuff. It's illegal. And so they're doing a really, really good job of making sure that that does not happen. They also put in very significant tests for biological information and certain kind of what happens there. Your incentive is your incentive to continue, especially if it's not required by law. The government has just gotten rid of the safety institutes and replacing it by a new term, which is largely the safety assessment program, which is defined as I think collectively we in the industry just want the government and the secret and top secret to have people who are really studying what China is doing. You can be sure that China really has very smart people studying what we're doing. We at the secret and the top secret level should have the same thing.
You read the AR-27 paper, and so those of us who haven't read it, it's a future vision of the AI. U.S. and China racing towards AI, and at some point the story splits into we're going to slow down and work in alignment, or we're going to pull out. And spoiler alert: the race to infinity, humanity vanishes.
So the right outcome will ultimately be some form of deterrence and mutually assured destruction. I wrote a paper with two other authors, Hendricks and Zhang, where we named it Mutual AI Malfunction. And the idea was something like this. Now, you're the United States, I'm China, you're ahead of me. At some point, you cross the line. You either cross the line, and I kind of go, this is unacceptable. At some point,
Trump's the amount of view,
it's something you're doing that is my sovereignty. It's not just words and yelling and occasional shooting down the jet. It's a real threat to the identity of my country, my economic behavior. Under this scenario, I would be highly tempted to do a cyber attack, just to slow you down. Okay? In mutually assured malfunction, if you will, we have to engineer it so that you have the ability to then do the same thing to me. And that causes both of us to be careful not to trigger the other. That's what mutual assured destruction is. That's our best formulation right now. We also recommend in our work, and I think it's very strong, that the government require that we know where all the chips are. And remember, the chips can tell you where they are because they're computers. And it would be easy to have a crypto thing, which is saying, yeah, here I am, this is what I'm doing. So knowing where the chips are, knowing where the training runs are, and knowing what these fault runs are very important. Now, there are a whole bunch of assumptions in this scenario that I described. The first is that there was enough electricity. The second is that there was enough power. The third is that the Chinese had enough electricity, which they did, and enough computing resources, which they may or may not have in the future. And also, I'm asserting that everyone arrives at this eventual state of superintelligence at roughly the same time. Again, these are debatable points. But the most interesting scenario is we're saying it's 1938, a letter has come from Einstein to the president, and we're having a conversation. We're saying, well, how does this end? Okay, so if you were so brilliant in 38, what you would have said is, this ultimately ends with us having a bomb, the other guys having a bomb, and then we're going to have one heck of a negotiation to try to make sure that we don't end up destroying each other. And I think the same conversation needs to get started now, well before the Chernobyl events, well before.
Just take out one more step. Don't answer if you don't want to, but it's 1947 and 48. So before the Cold War really started off. And you say, oh, that's similar to where we are in China. We haven't been moving. But it may or may not be fragile. Would you view differently in 1947 and 1948? Or what history? 1949, I know we did.
You know, I wrote 2 books for Dr. Houston, and I miss it very much. He was my closest friend. And Henry was very much a realist in the sense that when you look at his history in roughly 36, 38. He is 37, 38. His family were Jewish, forced to emigrate from the Nazis. And he watched the entire world he grew up with as a boy be destroyed by Nazis and by Hitler. And then he saw the conflagration of the he saw. And I can tell you that whether you like it or not, he spent the rest of his life trying to prevent that from happening again. So we are today safe because people like him saw the world go. So I think from my perspective, we should be very careful in our language and our strategy to not start that process. Henry's view on China was different from the China scholars. His view was China was that we shouldn't move the bear. We shouldn't talk about Taiwan too much. We let China do what they want significant. But he was worried that we or China, in a small way, would start World War III the same way that World War I started. Remember World War I started with this essentially small view of what would end, which was quickly escalated for political reasons on both sides. And then progressed around so we have to be very, very careful when we have these conversations, not to isolate yourself. They started a number of tracking dialogue, which I'm part of one of them, to try to make sure you're talking to yourself. And so somebody who's a hardcore person said, well, we're Americans and we're better and so forth. Well, I can tell you having spent lots of time on this. The Chinese are very smart, very careful people, very much appeal. And if you're confused about that, again, look to your right, you see. A year ago, I said they were 2 years ago. And enough power, they're in the game.
Let me actually fill up just a little bit more on that too. I think VC clubs, specifically in China, because time generates a lot of IQ, and I don't think anyone saw that coming. And the Acres time is a lot easier to catch up on. And also, if you take one of our big open source lines and distill it, and then make it a specialist, like you were saying a minute ago, and then you put a ton of different compute behind it, is a massive advantage and also a massive leak of capability in the CBR Act, for example, that nobody anticipated. And the CBR Act, remember, is chemical, biological, and radiology.
Let me rephrase what you said. If the structure of the world in 5 to 10 years is 10 models, and I'll make some numbers up, 5 in the United States, 3 in China, 2 elsewhere. And those models are data centers that are multi-gigawatts. They will be all nationalized in some way. In China, they will be owned by the government. The stations are not. My military work one day, I visited a place where we keep our plutonium. And we keep our plutonium in a base that's inside of another base. With even more machine guns and even more specialized, because the plutonium is so interesting and obviously very dangerous. And I believe it's one of the 1 or 2 cities that we have in America. So in that scenario, these data centers will have the equivalent of guards and machine guns because they're so important. Now, is that a stable field? Absolutely. You know where they are. The president of one country can call the other, they can have a conversation, they can agree on what they agree on, and so forth. But let's say it's not true. Let's say that the technology improved unknown to the point where the kind of technologies I'm describing are implementable on the equivalent of a small server. Then you have a humongous data center proliferation problem. And that's where the open source issue is so important. Because those servers will be proliferate throughout the world with all the open source. We have no control regime for that. Now, I'm in favor of open source, as you mentioned earlier with Mark Andreessen, that open competition and so forth tends to allow people to run ahead. In defense of the proprietary companies, collectively they believe, as best I can tell, that the open source models can't scale fast enough because they need this heavy training. If you look, I'll give you an example of Grok, he's trained on a single cluster. It's built by NVIDIA in 20 days or so, not this PC, of 200,000 GPUs. GPU is $50,000, you can save $10 billion supercomputer in 1 billion does one thing, right? If that is the future, then we're okay. Because we'll be able to know where they are. If, in fact, the arrival of intelligence is ultimately a distributed type problem, then we're going to have lots of problems with terrorism, bad actors, North Korea, which is my greatest concern, right? China and the US are rational actors. The terrorists have access to this.
And I don't want to go all negative on this podcast. It's important thing to wake people up to the deep thinking done on this. My concern is the terrorists being access, and are we spending enough time, energy, are we training enough models to watch that?
So the companies are doing this. There's a body of work happening now, which can be understood as follows. If you have a super intelligent model, can you build a model that's not as smart as the student is studying? And there's a professor that's watching the student, but the student is smarter than the professor. Is it possible to watch what it does? It appears that there's a way. Even if you have this rogue incredible thing, we can watch it and it's going into the airplane and control it. Another example of where we don't know is that it's very clear that these Savant models will proceed. There's no question of that. The question is, how do we get behind the science? So there are two possibilities. One, and this is to discover completely new schools of thought, which is what's the most exciting thing, in the next year to come. And in our book, Genesis, Henry and I Craig talked about the importance of polymaths in history. In fact, the first chapter is on polymaths. What happens when we have billions and millions of polymaths? Very, very interesting. Okay. Now, it looks like the great discoveries, the greatest scientists and people in our history have the following property. They were experts in something, and they looked at something, a different problem, and they saw a pattern in one area of thinking that they could apply to a completely unrelated field, and they were able to do so and make a huge breakthrough. The models today are not able to do that. So one thing to watch for is algorithmically, when can they do that? This is generally known as the non-stationary problem, because the reward functions in the model are fairly straightforward. Human decompression. Okay. But when the rules keep changing, is it possible to say the old rule can be applied to a new rule to discover something? So, and again, research is underway. We won't know for years.
Peter and I were with AI yesterday, actually, and we were talking to many people with no graph. And I said the word of the year is scaffolding. He said, yeah, maybe the word of the month is scaffolding. Okay, but that's not on there. But look, right now, we can try to get the AI to separate some green field objects. They won't do it. If you set up a framework, kind of like a lattice, like a trellis, the vine will grow on the trellis beautifully. You have to lay out those pathways and breadcrumbs. He was saying the AI's ability to generate its own scaffolding is imminent. That doesn't make it completely self-improving. It's not Pandora's box, but it's also much deeper down the path of creating entire breakthroughs of creating entire feature length behavior. That is, these prompts that require 20 hours of consecutive time. Pretty much sure that will be 2025 from their point of view. So, recursive self-improvement is the general term for the computer continuing to improve. We've already crossed that in the sense that these systems are now running.
So this question of progress.
faster, we stopped moving faster physically the last 50 years. We feel like we are in an apocalyptic age. There is a dimension of science and technology. It has a dark dimension, and it's a trap that humanity may be setting for itself. Much of the early science was done monasteries and churches, universities. They wrote that as comprehensive underpinning of much of the scientific revolution. It turns out, at least the offshoots of Christianity. But I think there's something deeper. It wasn't just the theological metaphysics that drove it. It's something like Christian anthropology. So let's delve into this. So I had the opportunity to sit down with Peter Thiel today, and Mr. Thiel is probably most famous for the role that he played in establishing PayPal, but he's been a candy investor for a very long period of time. And we didn't actually talk much about practicality from the business side. We mostly talked about the nature of cultural transformation, because his thought tends in that direction. He's a philosophically inclined person, and our discussion really walks through one of Peter's fundamental propositions. Why would you do this? They've taken all the
You gotta have a very simple mind.
I'm ready for a dude who looks like this to win the next election.
I'm ready for you like this.
Whenever you are bring down, you are the you are always outside, never when you're outside. These big questions in your life. I hope you're all having a great day.
Career is in jeopardy after a recent driving incident. LaMelo Ball has developed a reputation.
Hey, what?
Coach Charlotte with his aggressive driving style and impressive collection of supercars. The 24-year-old point guard regularly posts his exotic car collection on social media, featuring everything from Lamborghinis to custom-wrapped luxury SUVs. His driving has become part of his persona, fast, flashy, and sometimes reckless, matching his unpredictable style on the basketball court. Multiple Charlotte residents have reported seeing Ball speeding through the city street.
I got some work done with another surgeon. I can give a bill. I can give a better deal on a better face.
Treating public roads like his personal racetrack, his car collection is valued at over $1.5 million has become as much a part of his identity as his behind-the-back team. However, things have taken a turn for the worse. Following the Hornets' horrible and teal day of their life, an event at the Spectrum Center, Marion McRae claims her 11-year-old son, Angel Lewis, was waiting outside the arena since the weekend. Obtained by USA Today Sports, the Ball's SUVs on the red lane, Joseph, and
Maybe during your group chat.
Being Pluto beats not one for one sign. Every week is free, and only nature spark. Being Pluto beats not one for one sign. Every week is free, and only nature spark. Being Pluto beats not one for one sign. Every week is free, and only nature spark.
My homegirl just sent me a TikTok saying,
Today I'm partnering with Hellman's to make some magic. Today I'm partnering. Right? I'm getting this a little bit, you know what I mean? Right? I'm not getting this a little bit, you know? I'm being real. While I was in the club last night, gonna be a trouble time. While I was in the club last night. But if you want to do a nice, delicious.
You guys can see you guys.
You try.
So, I don't like you unfollow. Do you understand that the moment you get out of line, somebody is there to take your place?
I don't really have like I really don't know.
And the winner is Black Boy Math. And the winner is Black Boy Math.
I know what I was. AI experts recall.
Up until I was 15, the way I found new music was through friends or songs I heard in the background of my favorite TV shows or movies. It used to be a really slow process, like it happened somewhere. Better at its current pace, we will soon reach a state where it's not only matching us, but surpassing intelligence of us humans. Couple that with an ability to learn and to survive and know what will happen next. This is referred to as the technological singularity. It's a term borrowed from astrophysics. Singularity refers to a tipping point beyond which all laws that are currently known simply, like how the laws of physics fall apart beyond the singularity of a black hole. A technological singularity is a similar tipping point when technological progress is so overwhelming that we'll no longer be in control of it or the things that are going on. In 1875, Karl Landstein, an Austrian biologist, noted that when a man was given a blood transfusion from another animal, the foreign blood tended to clump up in the blood vessels of the man, which would cause shock, which ultimately leads to death. This and years of research that followed led him to discover blood groups, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930. Today, he's remembered as the father of blood transfusion medicine. We have him to thank for being able to donate and receive blood safely. When there is a technological singularity, scientists predict that computers will be able to make life-changing, Nobel Prize-winning discoveries just like this every 5 seconds. Now, that may seem like an incredible future or even a potentially life-threatening one. And that's exactly why the prospect of technological singularity is so complicated. On the one hand, it may seem like rapidly progressing technology actually enslave humanity, but it also has an immense potential to improve human life, and this potential is the reason why it is being developed so rapidly. So there are enormous incentives to devote even more research and resources into the development of artificial intelligence, economic and otherwise. For example, it can help companies curate products each customer is more likely to buy, something practically impossible to do man for man. They can predict when demand is going to be low to prevent waste. It can also conduct research faster than any human ever has or ever could. These innovations can lead to other less inspiring changes in human society too, overall. If scientific research can be done with a computer, what use is there for researchers anymore? If cars can drive themselves and nanobots can repair organs and 3D printers can literally print bridges, are all jobs simply going to be replaced? We're already staring this reality in the face. According to the IMF, around 40% of jobs globally could be impacted by AI. In advanced economies, the figure is closer to 60% OpenAI. The creators of ChatGPT estimate that 80% of the US workforce may see at least 10% of their tasks affected by AI, and around 90% of workers could see 50% or more of their tasks impacted, especially office and knowledge workers. If your company believes you bring less than 50% of the company, you're either going to let go so fewer humans can do more tasks, or you learn a lot less for doing the same work you were doing before. Without thorough consideration or government intervention, we may be headed for unemployment rates the likes of which humanity has never seen. And if recent events haven't made it clear, it's not just about the economy or salaries, but also about the meaning that most of us tend to derive from our work. You know, not doing anything, as it turns out, is really boring. Okay, well, sometimes it is kind of nice. We've established that technological progress is not slowing down anytime soon. What happens when computers replace not only our labor, but also our intellect? What happens when they can mimic intelligence and learn on their own?
It could be terrible, and it could be great. It's not clear.
Right.
One thing is for sure, we will not control it.
The reality is that we might never be able to control AGI. However, to even give us a fighting chance, regular people, like you and I, who have good intentions for the future of humanity, we need to be able to understand how these tools work and what goes on inside the black box. If we leave the future of AI in the hands of some important suits in Silicon Valley, we open ourselves up to all kinds of harm. But if all of us have a hand in building this tool, we can also have a hand in building the future of humanity. However, I know that trying to figure out these complex systems on your own can be really difficult and greatly expensive. But that's no longer the case thanks to Brilliant, the sponsor of today's episode. Brilliant is an interactive learning. You learn by solving puzzles, interacting with concepts, and building intuition, a method that's proven to be 6 times more effective than just passively watching video lessons. I actually recently took their How AI Works course, and I was shocked by how well I was able to explain the confusing world of AI chatbots like ChatGPT, Claude, and Grok that have pretty much taken over our world. Through this course, I learned how AI thinks, learns, and makes decisions, and it changed how I interact with them. And that's not just AI. Brilliant also offers courses in math, science, data analysis, programming, and so much more. Each course helps you better understand fundamental principles that make our world tick. Daily learning like this can rewire your brain and help you think more critically, solve real-world problems faster, and recognize the hidden logic behind everything from basic equations to advanced AI algorithms. Brilliant's courses are crafted by an award-winning team of educators and researchers from Stanford, MIT, Caltech, Microsoft, Google, and more. To try out the How AI Works course or any of Brilliant's incredible content, you can do it completely free by visiting brilliant.org/aperture or scanning the QR code on the screen right now. You'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Now back to the story. Go is arguably the most complex board game in existence. Its goal is simple: surround more territory than your opponent. This game has been played by humans for the past 2,500 years, and it's thought to be the oldest board game still being played today. However, it's not only humans that are playing this game now. In 2016, Google DeepMind's AlphaGo beat 18-time world champion Lee Sedol in 4 out of 5 games. Now, normally, a computer beating a human at a game like chess or checkers wouldn't be that impressive. But Go is different. Go can't be solved by brute force. Go can't be predicted. There are over 10 to the 170 moves possible in Go. To put that into perspective, there are only 10 to the 80 atoms in the observable universe. AlphaGo was trained using data from real human Go games. It ran through millions of games, learned the techniques used, and even made up some new ones that no one had ever seen. And this alone is very impressive. However, what many people don't know is that only a year after AlphaGo's victory over Lee Sedol, a brand new AI called AlphaGo Zero beat the original AlphaGo. Not in 4 out of 5 games, not in 5 out of 5 games, not 10 out of 10 games, but 100 to 0, 100 games in a row, the most impressive.
And Ben Foster, I carried my high school diploma online, on my time and on my budget.
I can start school when I'm ready. I can balance school with my life and job. I can graduate early and get a head start on my goals.
I can take the time I need without worrying about a due date.
At Ben Foster, I can.
I can. I can.
A high school education that's made to fit your life, so that you can too. Get started today.
Time is everything when you're running solo. It's with juggling projects, social media, and keeping my clients happy. There was just never enough of it. Part, it learned how to play with 0 human interaction. This technique is more powerful than any previous version of UI. It isn't restricted to human knowledge. No data was given, no historical figures were given. With just the bare bone rules, AlphaGo Zero surpassed the previous in only 40 days of work. In only 40 days, it surpassed over 2,500 years of strategy and knowledge. It only played against itself, and it is now regarded as the best Go player in the world, even though it isn't human. But wait, if this AI learned how to play without any human interaction, made up strategies on its own, and then beat us with those strategies, then that means there's more non-human knowledge about Go than there is human. And if we continue to develop artificial intelligence, then there's going to be more and more non-human intelligence that we just don't have access to. Eventually, there's going to be a point where we represent the minority of intelligence, maybe even a very minuscule amount. That's fine, though. We can just turn it off, right? It's a thought, but think. When modern-day humans began to take over the planet, why didn't the chimps and the Neanderthals turn us off? If this artificial intelligence becomes super intelligent and learns through and is connected to the internet, we can't just shut down the entire internet. There is no off switch. So what happens if we end up stuck with an AI that is constantly and exponentially getting smarter than we are? What if it gets to a point that humans get in the way? The AI gets the off switch on us. When people think of AI, they tend to think of super intelligent AI that serves the human race, but could also end us at a moment's notice. But is this really going to happen? Pop culture, mostly movies, tend to depict AI not as benevolent creations, but rather as robots with malicious intent, except for Tutters and Ninja Stories. Very cool. There's a lot more to AI than you might think. There are many different types that serve different purposes. Artificial narrow intelligence, also known as weak AI, is the only form of artificial intelligence that humanity has created so far. Yes, even the most advanced video generating AI tools fall in this category. That makes it sound kind of bad and clean, but
Trust me, it does a very good job at what it is programmed to do. Narrow AI was created for the sole purpose of handling one task. It's the kind of AI that AlphaGo is. Narrow AI is good at speech and image recognition, and also at playing games like chess or Go, or even complex ones like Dota 2. At the International 2017 World Championship, OpenAI's artificial intelligence destroyed pro player Dendy 2-0. Much like AlphaGo Zero, it wasn't taught how to play the game. It played out millions of years worth of one-on-one matches against itself and then learned on its own. It started out barely knowing how to walk, and eventually it surpassed human-level skill. So this is how Spotify creates daily mixes for you based on the music you listen to, and how Amazon learns from and teaches itself your buying habits to suggest you new products. But it seems an uncommon occurrence where these AI teach themselves how to do the task at hand. How is that even possible? It's through a process called machine learning. Machine learning is the science of trying to get computers to learn and think like we humans do. It's essentially the same way that babies learn. We start off as small, screaming sacks of meat, but over time we improve our learning. We take in more data and more information from observations and interactions. And most of the time, we end up pretty smart. The most popular technique to make a computer mimic a human brain is known as a neural network. Our brains are very good at solving problems, but each neuron in your brain is only responsible for solving a very minuscule part of any one problem. You can think of it as an assembly line, where each neuron has a certain job in order to completely solve a problem. In order to say that someone is alive, they have to either have a pulse or they must be breathing, not necessarily both at the same time. This yellow dot represents a neuron in a neural network. It functions just like a neuron in your brain does. It takes information and then gives it out. If this neuron takes in the information that says, hey, this person has a pulse and is breathing, then the neuron deciphers this information and says, okay, this person is alive. It learns to analyze situations where the human would be declared alive if breathing or having a pulse, and situations where the human would be dead where neither of those are true. That's essentially a bare bones explanation of how it works. Of course, no neural network is really this simple. Many have millions of parameters and are much more complex than just this one-layer network. The world is full of sounds, visuals, and data. We take in all of this to form our view of reality. However, as more and more complex topics show up with more and more data, it becomes harder for humans to analyze this alone. This is where machine learning comes in handy. Machines can not only analyze data given to them, but also learn from it and adapt their own view of it. But let's go back to AlphaGo Zero. In only 40 days, it surpassed thousands of years of strategy and knowledge and even made up some of its own strategies. How did it do this so quickly? Biological neurons in your brains operate at about 200 hertz, and that's fine for us. But modern devices operate at over 2 gigahertz, an entire order of magnitude faster. Neurons in your brain travel to what are known as axons, moving at about 100 meters per second. That's fast, and gives us good reaction time. But it's only about a third of the speed of sound. Computers, however, can transmit information at the speed of light, 300 million meters per second. That's quite a big difference between our brain's capabilities and our computers. In just 1 week, a computer can do 20,000 years worth of human-level research or simulations. A brain has to fit inside of your head. There's a limit to how much space it can take up, but a computer could fit an entire room or even an entire building. Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI, is AI with more than a single purpose. AGI is almost at or equal to human-level intelligence. And this is where we're trying to get, but there is a problem here. The more we search into it, the harder it seems to be able to achieve. Think about when you perceive things. When someone asks you a complicated question, you have to sort through.
Ordering with Uber Eats is no longer just about food and meals. It's so simple to order your groceries with Uber Eats as well.
How do you get the pull-ups?
I just did. I ordered with Uber Eats. Being a mom of a busy toddler, I need all the help I can get, even if that means saving myself a trip to the store for last-minute things like pull-ups. Spend less time at the store.
Do a ton of unrelated thoughts and observations and then articulate a concise response. This isn't easy for computers.
Humans can't process information at the speed of light like computers can, but we can plan things, and we can think of smart ways to solve problems without having to use brute force. Getting a computer to human-level thinking is really, really hard. Humans can create, invent, build societies, play games, and laugh. These are very hard things to teach a computer. How can you teach a computer to create something that doesn't exist or has never even been thought of? And nobody even made it incentive to do so. I personally believe AGI, or what is referred to as strong AI, is the most important artificial intelligence to be created. Here's why. Machine learning is exponential. It starts off slow, but then there's a tipping point where things begin to speed up drastically. The difference between weak AI and strong AI is millions of times larger than the difference between strong AI and super intelligent AI. Once we have AGI that can function like a human being, it may help us reach super intelligence in only a few months or even weeks. But here comes another big problem. Many people see intelligence as a graph. A man is here, a mouse is here, the average human, say, here. And Einstein is just floating a little bit above that. If you asked most people where a super intelligent AI would lie, they'd probably put it just above Einstein. That's not the case. AI might not yet be at human level intelligence, but when it gets there, it's not going to stop. It'll zoom past, becoming more advanced until eventually that graph looks unrecognizable. This is what is referred to as the technological singularity. When AI becomes so advanced that there's an explosion of knowledge and information, some beyond human understanding. If we make a super intelligent AI, it could improve upon itself. Each time it gets smarter in a short period. The first recreation may take a month, the second a week, the third a day, until it's billions of times smarter than all of humanity. Empathize what would happen to our species during such an event. We can simply look at what history tells us about how a more intelligent species, us humans, treats its less intelligent counterparts. Monkeys. The same monkeys that we caged up, killed, ran DNA tests on, and had no ethical qualms about it until very recently. Yeah, those monkeys. Sam Harris provides an analogy in this regard to help us visualize how we might be treated based on our own past behavior. He draws in the relationship that humans have with ants by saying that we don't hate them, we don't go out of our way to harm them. In fact, sometimes we take pains not to harm them. We carefully step over them on the sidewalk, but whenever their presence seriously conflicts with one of our goals, like an anthill in your beautiful backyard or termites within the walls of your kitchen, we annihilate them without a single thought. This rather troubling thought has a lot of people concerned about the way in which we should be progressing towards the singularity. The best thing we could do as we head into the singularity is to ensure that AI develops into an ethically sound ecosystem. Instead of using it to spy, scam, and steal from Google, which in reality is what it's currently being used to do, then there are also concerns about defining when the singularity has been reached. What is consciousness? How do we know when machines have it? What is intelligence? What is its value to us? What is art and what isn't? All of these questions need to be answered for us to know when machines are indeed more intelligent. This is capable of triggering a modern renaissance that is not simply technological but also philosophical, in that it causes us to redefine the human experience like never before. It can also help us reflect on what we, as the most intelligent species, have done to our planet and its other inhabitants. Super intelligent AI isn't like the software that we know today. We tend to think of software as something that we program to follow our rules. But with highly advanced AI and machine learning, the AI teaches itself how and what life is, as well as how to improve it. After a while, there's no need for human interaction. Perhaps humans would even slow it down. We have to be careful. As Sam Harris said, the first thing you want to do is not give it access to the internet. Engage it, tempt it, and see if it tries to get out. This is called a honeypot strategy. Here's the danger. Just because we make a super intelligent AI doesn't mean it's going to be wise. Intelligence isn't the same as wisdom. Intelligence is all about making mistakes, acquiring knowledge, and then solving problems. Wisdom is applying knowledge in efficient and moral ways. days. If we told AI to solve world hunger, the quickest solution would be to eliminate all life so that no one is hungry. That's obviously not what we want. So we need to teach AI human-like values, a moral code. In a way, we want it to be like a super intelligent human cyborg. And in many ways, humans already are cyborgs. We use phones, extensions of ourselves. They answer any questions instantly. The only problem is our input is too slow. If we created a high bandwidth link between the brain and the internet, we'd be connected to everyone and everything instantly. This is what Neuralink aims to do. Neural lace. Your brain has two systems. The limbic system, which are emotions, survival, and the cortex, which is all about problem solving and critical thinking. Neuralink wants to create a third layer, AI. It will massively increase our capabilities, giving us eidetic memory and instant access to all knowledge. But people may prefer this way of looking to the alternative, eventually even abandoning their biological selves. But this also raises problems. How do we program consciousness? We don't even know what it is yet. How do we program something like fear? And could a machine really love? And if it can love, could it also hate? These are real fears. Will super intelligent AI be pleasant or hateful? Could it even be either? And is it even necessary? Sure, it could have all of the information in the world, but so who's to say it wouldn't adopt radical views? And what if AI learned to lie? What if computing progress slows down? These are also possibilities. But if we do surpass the barrier, the upside for us could be tremendous. AI could make humanity billions of times better, or it could be used against us as a weapon. If it ran for a week, it could make 20,000 years of progress. 6 months, 500,000 years. In the wrong hands, the consequences of that would be enormous. Every Google search gives AI our thoughts and fears. AI already recognizes faces, voices, language, and soon will be translating seamlessly. This knowledge train could continue until it consumes all data, but how near is all of this? Ray Kurzweil, renowned inventor and futurist, has said that we may reach the singularity by 2049. He attributes this on a specific date to what he calls price performance calculations per consistent dollar. I'll explain. He plotted these set numbers from 1980 through 2050. In 1981 and 2015, those numbers were roughly where he predicted them to be. Now, others are skeptical of such claims. Most notable amongst them are Noam Chomsky, widely regarded as the father of modern linguistics and one of the most cited scholars alive. What makes his perspective interesting is that he perhaps possesses a deeper understanding of language than most of us. This is a very important part of creating a genetically intelligent machine, since understanding how we communicate with other humans will help us communicate with other potentially conscious machines. But here's the thing. While Kurzweil's 2049 projection does sound far off, researchers in 2025 are saying that the timeline might actually be much, much shorter, possibly less than 2 years away. And good, so founder of SingularityNet has suggested that AGI could emerge by 2027, followed rapidly by artificial superintelligence, or ASI. The AI Futures Project, led by researcher Daniel Cook, has even outlined scenarios where fully autonomous AI surpasses human capabilities across the board by late 2027. Mo Gaudet, a former Google executive, also warns of a 2027 arrival, though he emphasizes the risk of social upheaval if the transition is managed carefully. And it's not just these individual voices. A large-scale survey of AI researchers puts the chance of machines outperforming humans at every task by 2027 at about 10%, climbing sharply to 50% by 2047. So while Kurzweil's long-range vision places the singularity decades away, many experts working at the cutting edge today warn that 2027 may be the true breaking point. The year when artificial intelligence crosses the threshold from tool to uncontrollable force. Max Tegmark, an American Swede from MIT, is interested in investigating the risk of extinction from artificial intelligence. He likes to use the analogy of when man first discovered fire. It was a wonderful discovery that has paved the way for modern life, but it hasn't always been safe.
Fires have caused lots of death, pain, and suffering in the process, but we are where we are because we were able.
The last civil texting has made it so you can save lots of hours, hours, but it's been sanitized manually makes it so that we don't, it saves us a lot of money because we have to pay research assistants to do a lot of the things that's actually automates for us. And customer service is generally very great. So the next thing is such as we might make it simple to use.
Learn from our mistakes and devise things like fire escapes and fire extinguishers. AI might be the same at the start. The only difference here is that we only have one shot at this. It's all or nothing. If AI lights a fire, we may never be able to extinguish it in the hopes of next time. There are critics who note that this is how the future will actually play out. Unlike Chomsky, they don't doubt the exponential progress or its ability to mimic human-like computation in the future. Instead, they doubt whether the future will be so aggressively against our survival. They say that while technological singularity is coming, that we shall not fear it. Instead, we should embrace the progress that it could bring to us. Such is also the perspective of Gary Kasparov, widely considered as one of the best programmers of our time. He was on the other side when IBM's Deep Blue finally beat humanity's best at the game they had invented. Gary believed that instead of seeing this as a man versus machine contest, we should take it as an opportunity to realize the potential of augmentation. There's definitely more comfort in thinking about it like this, considering we've been augmenting ourselves in technology for decades now. First, creative pursuits, not to put food on the table, but simply for the sake of them. In both of the major criticisms against the idea of a technological singularity, hardly actually deny that it's coming. They're saying that it's not coming anytime soon, or that it's not going to be as bad as you think it is. But you can argue that the technological singularity is bigger than we think, and it's going to be much, much worse than we anticipated. What happens then? Does it really matter how we as humans prepare? What policies could we possibly come up with? Whatever the answer, one thing remains the same. It's coming. And by realizing
Yeah.
2 minutes and you guys are destroying humanity and they left. Is that illegal?
How does your psyche feel day to day if you have a reasonable expectation that the world is about to change completely in ways that dramatically disfavor the entire human species?
Well, it's very scary and sad. I think that it does still give me nightmares sometimes. Yeah, I've been involved with AI and thinking about this sort of thing for a decade or so. But 2020 was with GPT-3 the moment when I was like, oh wow, like it seems like we're actually, it's probably going to happen, in my lifetime, maybe this decade or so. And that was a bit of a blow to me psychologically, but you can sort of get used to anything given enough time. And like you, the sun is shining, and I have my wife, my kids, and my friends, and keep plugging along and doing what seems best.
It's a very, very special point in history when, for a relatively short time, everything might totally change. A change of a scale we've never seen before. It's hard to observe by rationally.
These are going to be tools that are capable of things that we can't quite wrap our heads around.
We're dealing with something we've got no experience of. We have no real good way of estimating what the probabilities are.
I think this is beyond something that we all fully yet understand where it's going to go. This is, I believe, among the biggest, maybe it'll try to be the biggest technological revolutions humanity will ever produce.
The first truly intelligent machine will be the last invention that humanity needs to make.
Once you've got it and it's now working, every 12 months almost, compute will double. There are almost clear rules like Moore's law and so on and so forth, where you know that you're going to follow an exponential curve.
So this is intelligence explosion is another term for basically the same thing as a technological singularity, but it's not just about AI. AI is probably the most powerful technology driving it. I mean, there's AI, there's nanotechnology, there's femtotechnology, which will be building things from elementary particles. I mean, there's life extension, genetic engineering, mind uploading, which is like reading the mind out of your brain and putting it into a machine. There's advanced energy technology, so that all these different things are expected to advance at around the same time. They have many ways to boost each other, right? Because the better AI you have, your AI can then invent new ways of doing nanotech and biology. If you invent amazing new nanotech and quantum computing, that can make your AI smarter. On the other hand, if you can crack how the human brain works and genetic engineering to upgrade human intelligence, those smarter humans can then make better AIs and nanotechnology, right? So there's so many virtuous cycles among these different technologies. The more you advance in any of them, the more you're going to advance in all of them. And it's the coming together of all of these that's going to create, radical abundance and the technological singularity.
The challenge with AI is that this exponential curve is seen to be 5.7 months. We double in power every 5.7 months. But it feels even quicker.
Keys to control the entire world, both in terms of economic dominance, innovation, surveillance, whatever it is that you care about. If you get there first, I will not be able to catch you, and I've given you the tools to reinvent the world, and in particular, destroy me. What's my next choice? On your data center.
One more words. AI is far more dangerous than nukes.
Design 2.0 is here with a fresh look and powerful new features. Better Mockup is just one of the new tools, giving you a realistic view of your designs on hanging garments. Now you can see a clearer vision of the final look.
So why do we have no regular drugs? This is insane. If humanity collectively decides that creating digital superintelligence is the right move, then we should do so very, very carefully. Very, very carefully.
You like somebody who has this really cute tiger cup. It's just such a cute tiger cup. Unless you can be very sure that it's not going to want to kill you when it's grown up, you should.
It has the potential of a civilizational destruction.
I think AI will probably most likely sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
If we just carry on like now and just try to make profits, it's going to happen. They're going to take over.
Things will be going well, right? Because there won't be any obvious signs of lying or deception anymore. So it'll seem like it's all systems go, let's keep going, let's cut the red tape, etc. Let's basically effectively put the AIs in charge of more and more things. But really what's happening is that the AIs are just biding their time and waiting until they have enough hard power that they don't have to pretend anymore.
And when they don't have to pretend, what happens?
And then they kill all the people.
And this is coming. When is it coming? Probably 5 years.
Yeah, and we have more time, but that's the end of the day.
The arrival of this intelligence, both at the AI level, the AGI, which is general intelligence, and super intelligence, is the most important thing that's going to happen in about 500 years, maybe 1,000 years of human society, and it's happening in our lifetime. So don't screw it up.
Welcome back to the night shift. Now that I have your attention, AI 2027 is something I've been trying to make a video on for about 2 weeks now. And as soon as I learned about it, I started to have heart palpitations because it's so terrifying. If you're not familiar with it, AI 2027 is a detailed scenario forecasting project that was developed by the AI Future Project, a nonprofit research organization which is led by the former OpenAI researcher Daniel Cupertillo and his team, Scott Dean. And the project envisions how artificial intelligence might evolve from where we're at today and impact society between now and 2027. Basically, the scenario breaks it down month by month and ticks off all of the expected milestones that we're going to hit along the way. They outline how AI systems are going to go from being basically agentic AI, like an AI system that can check your email, manage your finances, handle investments, do social media stuff. An agent that's out there doing things, tasks for you. Now they're going to quickly add into extremely powerful artificial general intelligence and then quickly onto that artificial super intelligence. And this scenario in their paper works, and there are two possible outcomes. In one outcome, AI is allowed to develop at its own pace without much regulation, without much interference. And in that scenario, everybody dies. And when you see how that plays out, it's scary. Not because everybody dies, that's terrifying, but it's scary because it's so realistic. It's so believable. Spoiler alert, I'll tell you this much, and then we'll tease this out as we go through the video. But basically, when you create an AI system that's smarter than you, it can outsmart you. And it does. But not just one person, it outsmarts many, 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 many people all along the way and manipulates the government like pieces of the game pieces on a game board to achieve the outcome that it's after, which is so that's one scenario. The worst case, the best case is everything that's all about the entire world, everything about it, all Google systems, systems of government, our social norms, everything is completely turned inside out. So there's no, whichever direction we go, it's going to be free. And this is the conversation that we have to be having right now. I know the channel is about non-human intelligence of the extraterrestrial variety, but I've been saying it's far too ignore this now. We're going to look at the AI 2027 paper.
before we even do that, and another update, this just happened in the last 2 days, just 4 days ago. The CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, made a statement that said AI is poised to wipe out 50% of entry-level jobs in 5 years. And he goes on to make the case, basically, that, you know, a pretty good percentage of the entry-level white-collar job market is made up of jobs that can be done by existing AI models. And they're getting better, about twice as good at half the price every 6 months, every 12 months, maybe, depending on what you talk to. So by just extrapolating out the expected advancements that are going to happen in ability and power, he is able to come up with this number. And it's not that, it's shocking, but it's not shocking because I can totally see how this plays out. With all the incentives, if there are no incentives in place to entice businesses and business owners to hire and or retain their existing human capital, all the incentives are stacked against them. It's cheaper, it's faster, more efficient, it's just better business. So how AI do it is you, well, I hire 3 people and they lose $75,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year. Then you can get away with hiring one person, in fact, or less, because one of them does the job, and then have them manage AI. We probably want to like everything will be very close. They got about the ground budgets and we're perhaps viewers we are on the outside of the platform that is we probably want to recognize society of videos. Like everything will be very close. We're talking about the ground budgets and we're perhaps viewers 36 years away from it. But this is what's happening. I think that's why we're so this makes sense to me, and I can see this going. What's interesting about this statement is that no one said a word of it.
Oh, dang. It was a spin so word. Oh, yeah, it's sort of it. Oh, wait, Toby. You just your phone. I found it. If you want to get it, come to the menu on this Saturday. You do to look good that you've never seen something first thing. Candy on your pocket, please go.
Paul Tudor Jones, who is the founder and CIO of the Tudor Investment Corporation, went on CNBC and made the following statement about AI. This is looks like markets first. I was going to ask you about the stock market itself, but then you said something really makes me a little bit nervous because you're focused less on that like this moment, and you all got off this economy. Well, only we need. When we say, I'm minding my business, I went to this tech conference about 2 weeks ago out west, and I just want to share with you what I learned there. Kevin Dusty is really my best friend. So it was a small one, 40 notable, but really notable, right? Household names that you recognize. Leadership, finance, politics, science, and the quick takeaways from that are, one, wow, AI is such a force for good, and we're going to see it moving from what's called education. These models are increasing in their efficiency and performance between very low end 25% on the high end 5% every 3 or 4 quarters. So it's not even equivalent, it's a artificial intelligence is becoming. And then thirdly, and the one that disturbs me the most is that AI clearly poses an imminent threat. Security threat, imminent, in our lifetime to humanity. And that was the one that really got me. The imminent threat for me. So I'll get to it. So they have panels, again, 4 leading tech experts. And about halfway through, someone asked me on AI security. Well, what do you do about AI security? And they said the competitive dynamic is so intense among the companies. And the geopolitics between Russia and China, that there's no agency, no ability to stop and say, maybe we should think about what actually we're creating today. And so, the thought process is really, what do you do that? And say, well, I have 100 acres in the Midwest, and I'm getting cattle and chickens that way in the division. And for real, and that was obviously the nutrition story. And then we got a where 50 or 100 million people die to make the world take the threat of this really seriously. That was a pretty big to me, and no one pushed back on me on that panel.
What do you say the top 5 AI models that we all use? The people from those companies were there. So what is that? That's Anthropic, OpenAI, Grok, Gemini, right? What else? Right? It's all of those people. That's who's at this conference. And they're saying we're in a runaway race condition where the dynamics are such that every player in the game has all every incentive in the game is telling every player to maximize their drive towards artificial superintelligence as quickly as possible with as little regulation as possible. That is the state of play now, according to Paul Tudor Jones, based on his, what he overheard at this conference they were talking about. And that is essentially the jumping off point for the AI 2027. Now, this is the AI 2027 paper. You can go to the website AI-2027.com. And it's put together AI fusion project. And if you look at the very top here, and then the paper spells out the sequence, events that are going to happen, and then it kind of gives you a snapshot of where your paper is going to be at how the situation is. And it takes us all the way up to 2027. National security. It just keeps on going. Now, if we go to the top, how did we write it? It says our research wants the questions, what goals for future AI we have for years, scenario itself, yeah, we're trying to do in particular after we finish the work that we have, but it's going to do alternative things because we want to also just get more helpful things to can start to roughly the same time. This went through several things. Our scenario was informed by talking to 25 people, top exercise, feedback from over 100 people, including dozens of experts in each AI product and AI technical field or other technical. And then it shows you the research there's the two forecasts, timeline, their forecast for AI takeoff. So AI this supplement produces a framework for thinking about the direction of AI that are super human to generate intelligence and justify why we can powerful the direction we take on how to perform. They've got goals forecast and security forecast as well. So you can go into each one of these subcategories if you want more information on why they actually arrive at your so if your data okay, let's take a look at what sort of set table is the interview that then developers will do your time. And this will sort of set up the move going forward. So how does your psyche feel day to day? If you have a reasonable expectation that the world is about to change completely in ways that dramatically dictate the entire country.
Well, it's very scary and sad. I think that it does feel really bad sometimes. I've been involved in AI thinking about this other thing for a decade or so. But 2020 was GPT-3, and when I was like, oh wow, like, it seems like we're actually like, I mean, it's probably going to happen in the amount of time to get this all over stuff. And that was a bit of a blow to me psychologically, but it was sort of easy to make them enough time and work you kind of checking in and
leading voices of AI, Schmidt, actually Elon is one of the first people to start talking about it years ago, 6, 7 years ago. Samuel that his came out along the way, same old, that's sort of middle of and all three of the same nervous, very often. And that more or less, that seems to be the tone of the message. And it looks, from my perspective, looking at the one here, it looks like hardly a wall, also sort of so that they look old. When you have this many people in the tech sector, the finance sector, all effort around the same really frightening idea of what's going on in the next just 2 years. Mass unemployment, mass job losses, and worst case scenario, 150 million people with it just goes to show how serious this is. Really fast. I mean, it just seems like it's out of nowhere. But it would be great. In this next clip, just the next clip, Dan's going to explain sort of the jumping off of where we're at right now and how that starts to spiral into Monday health explosion. Take a look at this second clip. And I put that in the scenario predicts that the AI people really currently see today that are being scaled up to be bigger, change longer, on more info apps with reinforcement learning are going to become better at operating autonomously as agents. So you basically think of it as sort of like a remote worker, except if the worker itself is virtual as the AI rather than human. You can talk with it and give it a task, and then it will go off and do that task, and come back to you half an hour later or 10 minutes later, having completed the task. And did a bunch of web browsing, maybe it wrote some code, and then ran the code, and edited the code, and ran it again, and so forth. Maybe it wrote some Word documents, and edited them. That's what these companies are building right now. That's what they're trying to train. So we predict that they finally, in early 2027, they could have that sort of thing, that they can automate the job of software engineers. And so this is this super program, that's a super program. It seems to us that these companies are really focusing on their automating jobs compared to where other jobs may be focused on. And so it's a really big game today that that's part of why we predict that actually one of the first jobs to go will be code coding rather than there might be other jobs to go first, like maybe call software workers or something. The bottom line is we think that those jobs will be safe for 18 months. And we do think that by the time the companies manage to reach out to the coaching, the programming jobs, it won't be that long before they can automate many other types of jobs as well. However, once coding is on, we predict that the great progress whatsoever in AI research. And then the next step after that is to completely automate the AI research itself, so that all the other aspects of the AI research are themselves being automated and done by AI. And we predict that there'll be an even more big acceleration, a much bigger acceleration around that. And it won't stop there. I think it will continue to accelerate after that. As the AI becomes superhuman at AI research and then eventually superhuman at everything. And the reason why it matters is it means that we can go in a relatively short span of time, such as a year or possibly less, from AI systems that look not that different from today's AI systems to what you can call super intelligence.
which is fully autonomous AI systems that are better than that estimate. And so in 2027, the scenario predicts that happening over the course of the next 2 years, 2027 and 2028.
Lots to say here. Key point, the rate of change. The rate of change is so fast now that we are going to be able to react in the ways we react to things that change fast. I'm old enough to remember, and anybody who's watching this, if you're over 40, you're old enough to remember what life was like before the internet, right? And growing up in the 90s, watching that mature and eventually swallow everything, it seemed like it was happening slowly until one day it was just the world was just here. I don't know, like young kids today born into my kid is born into a world where he's talking to his computer and talking back to him conversation. That was science fiction. It was unbelievable. And the fact that we're here is still, to my eyes, just shocking. Like, I still have trouble with it sometimes. And maybe that's just me getting old. But I remember dialing up the internet, like bulletin board systems on a 14.4 kilobyte per second modem, dial-up modem over a phone line. And if somebody picked up the phone in the house, it would pick you up. And it was just like watching that whole thing grow and mature and develop, and then, streaming, or not streaming, but downloading music came along, and Napster comes along, and the entire music industry changed. Then, just a few years later, mobile comes along, and the entire internet changes again, and now it's in your pocket, and it's everywhere you go, and now it's changing again. And we're just having conversations with these AIs, and we're using them in ways that seem like just magic. It's almost impossible to imagine just 5 years ago. So the speed of change, the rate of change, and basically what Daniel's describing is the situation where these companies are going to automate the jobs that do the research and the coding first to supercharge their progress. Because remember, we're in a race condition now. Everybody's in a race to get to the prize as quickly as possible. Prize is artificial superintelligence. Whoever gets there first wins. Once they establish their lead, it's unlikely that anyone will ever catch them unless some other crazy breakthrough happens. But the AI would probably be able to predict that. I mean, the first truly intelligent machine is the last invention humankind ever had. And the speed here is a factor. As these jobs get automated away, before we have time to react and go back to school, learn how to do something new, what about kids who are about to go to college right now? What should they be studying? These are huge open questions, and when you see this many CEOs coming forward and making public statements on this, it starts to look to me anyway like they are trying to cover their ass because they know precisely how bad this is going to get. Eventually, on the other side of it, I think we do come out into a much better world, provided that we survive that interim period, that transition period. But from here to whatever's on the other side, it's going to get really rocky, really quickly. A lot of people are going to lose their livelihoods. A lot of people are going to find themselves out of work, desperate, and it's going to become a political question. I suggest to you, and I predict that in the next election cycle, artificial intelligence is the issue. If it's not the number one issue, it's definitely in the top three. I'm curious what you think about that. Let me know in the comments. Let's go on to the next clip, and we'll come back to that.
So when a job is automated and that person loses their job, the reason why they lost their job is because now it can be done better, faster, and cheaper by the AIs. And so that means that there's lots of cost savings and possibly also productivity gains. And so, that viewed in isolation, that's a loss for the worker and a gain for their employer, right? But if you multiply this across the whole economy, that means that all of the businesses are becoming more productive, less expensive. They're able to lower their prices for the services and goods they're producing. So the overall economy will GDP goes to the moon. All sorts of wonderful new technologies. The pace of innovation increases dramatically. Cost of goods go down, etc. So,
Just to make it concrete, right? So the price of
to that designing and building a new electric car goes way down. That's right. You need fewer workers to do it. The AI comes up with fancy new ways to build a car and so on, right? And you can generalize that to a lot of different things. You know, you solve the housing crisis in short order because it becomes much cheaper and easier to build homes and so on. But ordinary people, in the traditional economic story, when you have productivity gains, that cost some people jobs, that frees up resources that are then used to hire new people to do different things. Those people are paid more money and they use the money to buy.
But a lot of them would love to live in a world where they don't have to have any employees. And that's going to be possible. It's going to be way more possible. So how that plays out for the rest of us. Let's go to the next clip. Now, things start getting dark here on in. I'm just going to warn you, but let's go to the next clip. We're going to see just how quickly things spiral out of control. There you go.
Imagine you actually have this army of human businesses and they do their projections and they're like, yeah, we have a design, but we think we need to do this in a year. If you got all the red tape for us, right? If you give us half of it. Helping the company.
The AI revolution is really happening. When will Skynet be fully operational? What would machines super intelligent?
Invest into this automation technology. Advanced technology. Again, this will mean that wealthier older people with more real investments will likely benefit from widespread automation, and those that are just starting out will be forced to compete with it. But what else is new? So yeah, if you want to prepare for this, learn to work with your hands, or maybe try to be independent. Now, a more realistic solution might be to build a system where someone's value isn't entirely tied up in how many hours of work they have. Now, that would require long-term planning from both governments and businesses. But assuming we could get everybody on board, it's great to learn how it works to find out if it's even viable.
How do you eat lunch, go to the bathroom, walk your cat, polish your gray gun, and most importantly,
Bye.